Hey, just wanted to test this. Can anyone hear me?
I can.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Well, it appears it's 6 p.m. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the Monday, November 23rd, 2020 special called session for the appointment of mayor of Carter County. This meeting is being conducted electronically with live public access for the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the public due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. That being said, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Here.
Mark Blevins,
Here.
Robert Acuff,
Here.
Nancy Brown,
Here.
Mike Hill,
Here.
Patty Woodby,
Here.
Bradley Johnson,
Here.
Mark Tester,
Here.
Charles Von Cannon,
Present.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Here.
Jerry Prophet,
Here.
Austin James,
Here.
Ross Garland,
Here.
Layla Ward. Layla Ward,
Did you resign?
Ginger Holdren,
Present. Here.
Ginger Holdren, Randall Jenkins,
Here.
Gary Bailey,
Here.
Travis Hill,
Here.
Sonja Culler,
Present.
Daniel McInturf,
Here.
Aaron Frazier,
Here.
Robin McCamey,
Here.
Kelly Collins,
Here.
Thomas Prophet,
Here.
quorum present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
A motion by Mr. Blevins,
Second, Aaron Frazier, seventh.
second by Mr. Frazier. Any additions or deletions? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins,
Aye.
Robert Acuff,
Aye.
Nancy Brown,
Aye.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Culler,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
all ayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is the opening prayer by Commissioner Willie Campbell.
Dear Heavenly Father, God, Lord, as we bow our heads and approach your throne of grace, God, we want to thank you for this day that you've given us. Lord, you've watched over, you kept your hands upon each one of us, Lord. Lord, tonight we do pray, Lord, that we use your wisdom and your knowledge because we seek it tonight. Lord, we do pray, God, for those that are sick with this virus. Lord, we pray, God, for the ones that are handling the cases, Lord, in the hospitals and the nursing homes, God. Lord, that you keep your hands upon them and the first responders, Lord. Lord, we pray and know that you're sitting on the right hand of the Father tonight, Lord, knowing that you could stop this at any time. But Lord, we know, Lord, it's your decision. And God, tonight we pray that your will be done here tonight. Lord, we pray, Lord, for each county official, Lord. We pray for our government. We pray, Lord, for our president. We pray for each thing that's said and done here tonight, Lord, that you get the honor and the glory and the praise for it all. For it's in Christ's name we ask. Amen.
Amen.
Chairman Hill,
Yes, Ms. Woodby.
I would like to ask for a moment of silence for the family of Rusty Barnett and Kim Barnett in recognition of Mayor Barnett.
Everyone, please take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is consideration of pre-submitted public material comments and prearranged live public comments. I'm only been made aware of one. I think that is Mayor Joe Grandy. Is Mr. Grandy on here?
Yes, sir.
You have the floor, Mr. Grandy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this board tonight. And we just like to say that realize that y'all have a challenge ahead of you. It's a large responsibility to select a mayor. And I'm sure there are other qualified candidates and so forth. I just wanted to share my experience with Acting Mayor Patty Woodby. She's been very much engaged in working with the regional mayors, and she's been, I think, a real asset to Carter County and the work that she's done in the last 2 months. You can be proud of that. She's been very involved. She represents Carter County in a very positive way. And if you will, I think you will serve your constituents and your county well if you give her the opportunity to serve you in term of Mayor Barnett. We're sad to lose him. He did a fantastic job, and he was a comrade for the regional mayors and a huge supporter of Carter County. But again, just thank you for the opportunity to come before this austere group tonight, and good luck. And I know you all make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Grandy.
Thank you, Mayor Grandy. I'm not sure of anyone else. I'm not sure if the clerk has received anything, or Abby, have you received anything else that I'm not been made aware of?
I have not.
All right, thank you. Next item is the acceptance of nominations for Carter County Mayor. At this time, I will read the 7 applicants who have applied. At the end of that, I will allow each candidate 2 to 3 minutes to give us a quick little rundown of a little bit about themselves and what they stand for before we open the floor for nominations. So the nominees are Devin Buck, Mike Enzer, Chris Hachu, David Miller, John Papantonio, Danny Ward, and Patty Woodby. Mr. Buck, you have 2 to 3 minutes to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Beautiful county. We have endless possibilities for the county to grow and to move forward. I think we all need to come together and work on getting through the pandemic that's at hand right now, to work with our small businesses, our large businesses, and with our educational community to ensure that we get through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Next will be Mr. Mike Enzer. Mr. Enzer on here.
Here, just a second,
Yes.
Chairman.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Mike Enzer. I am a lifelong resident of Carter County. I am a 26-year veteran of the Carter County school system. Worked everything from educator, administration, principal, coached several sports, and been really involved in our community in a lot of volunteer projects. I'd just like to thank everybody for this opportunity. I'd like to thank the commission for doing what none of them want to be doing tonight. And I'd like to commend them on having a very, very tough job ahead of them. And I do appreciate what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enzer. Next will be Mr. Chris Hachu.
Appreciate you.
I do appreciate the opportunity to come before the commission tonight. I too been a lifelong resident of Carter County, and this is my home. That's why I have a passion for what we are doing here in the community. And of course, my work experience has been from volunteer to rescue squad, life member actually from Carter County Rescue Squad, to an educator here within the community college system for almost 24 years. I appreciate the opportunity that have been presented to me, and especially the part where I've been able to work with so many people in our community as a part of the Chamber of Commerce, as part of United Way, and involved in those different organizations. I've learned a lot, and I've got to know and meet a lot of people. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce gave me the opportunity to serve on Carter County Tomorrow, and then later on the Joint Economic Community Development Board, to help me have a better idea of where we are as a county as we look forward to those economic challenges we have. Being an administrator for the last 7+ years at Northeast State, I've learned that the job is not a 8 to 5 Monday through Friday job. And I believe that's one of the things that I would bring to the position of mayor, is someone who's willing to put in the time and the energy and the effort to help promote our county, promote the assets we have, but also look for those new avenues that we would have. I have to echo Mr. Enzer as well. I do not envy you all in this position that you're in tonight. I know you would rather not have to be here, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be considered and the opportunity to answer any questions someone may have later on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hatchew. Next will be Mr. David Miller.
I want to thank the commission for giving me the opportunity to talk with you, and also the public that is listening. I wrote a cover letter in my application. I want to refer to that a little bit. I want to speak about the position of mayor. I think it's very important. Mayor of Carter County needs to be a forward thinker, positive example to represent our county. And that's not just with our citizens, but those individuals and companies that may be coming to move to our area. And we've got to stay in touch with other state officials that can help our county grow and prosper, and not be afraid to speak up when we need help. And the mayor needs to lead the way to make our county government work better. I think I can do that. As a matter of fact, I know I can do that. I take the position seriously. I will listen to all sides, make the best decisions possible. I did have an opportunity to serve on the county commission for a little more than a year. I've been in a management position for the better part of my broadcast life, and have been broadcasting in Carter County for the past 33 years. So I know the county very well. I've interviewed many of you at one time or the other, and a lot of other federal, state, and local officials as well. I think I know what's going on, and I hope to be able to serve the county in this position. Once again, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next will be Mr. John Papantonio.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've been in business in this town for over 20 years with a major trucking company. I deal with a lot of manufacturers, and my biggest thing is economic development. I'd like to try to get some more manufacturing companies in here, try to get some jobs, and I know there's more to the mayor's job than that. I don't have an issue with anybody down there that's doing their job now. I think everybody does a fine job, and I'd just like to be a part of it in some way. And I've talked about it for years, and I thought, you know, if I could get in there and maybe talk to some people and try to get some jobs in here, try to get the more educated jobs in here, manufacturing. That's my biggest thing right there. That's about all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Papantonio. Next, Mr. Danny Ward.
Somebody should tell him he's muted.
Okay, thank you. My name is Danny Ward. I've been a lifelong resident of Carter County for 54 years. My wife, I'm married, been married for 33 years to my wife, Tammy. I have a daughter and 2 grandsons that I'm very proud of. And one of the reasons I wanted to be here be your Carter County mayor is, for them. I've also sat on the county commission for 4 years. I was the chairman of the education committee. I was the chairman of the finance management committee, vice chairman of the landfill. I've learned a lot through the county commission, and I think that really helps me to become your mayor if appointed. I'm currently on the Carter County School Board, which I was appointed by this commission, and I really thank you guys for doing that, because that gave me the opportunity to learn the other side. Learn what Carter County does with their school system and what the needs are for the school system. I've also owned 2 businesses of my own, and I've been in management over 33 years in retail environment. I've learned a lot from that. I think bringing that forward would help me become a great mayor for Carter County, because I want to see positive change. I want to see the things that we started with, Rusty started, and I wanted to move forward with that because we just need to be positive, and this administration has done a great job to do that. Also, we talk about economic development. There's many different ways to look at economic development. We could look at a hotel, which, we have in the past done some studies on that, but I'd like to bring it back to, let's talk to our local people and try to get them to open more bed and breakfasts. That way the money would stay local with us instead of going out of the state or out of the area. I would have an open door policy, of course, and I will work real close with the county commission, because, like I said, I've been there where you guys are, and I know you have a tough decision tonight to make, and I respect that, and I really appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Last will be Miss Patty Woodby.
Thank you, Travis. First and foremost, I want to thank the county commission for having faith in me and electing me to serve as your commission chair, knowing that the unfortunate circumstances of that day would result in me having to, of course, serve as the interim mayor. I'm humbled, and I greatly appreciate the confidence that you have placed in me. I just want to tell you guys a little bit about myself. Most of you probably already know. I was raised in the Little Milligan community, attended Hampton High School, and enrolled in ETSU, where I finished my bachelor's degree. I've been married 13 and a half years, have 2 children. My husband is a pipe fitter. My son is in 7th grade at Hampton Elementary, and my daughter is a freshman at Emory and Henry College. I've been a county employee for 10 years with the Circuit Court Clerk's office, and the past 6 years I was the administrative assistant in that office. I wanted to be involved in future decisions of my county, so I decided to run for the county commission seat, which I was elected to in 2018, representing the 2nd district. I have served in several roles on the commission in the past 2 years: chair of the nominating committee, vice chair of the commission, and upon our chair, Ray Lyons, resigning this year, I was placed into the chair, then elected to chair of the commission in September. During my time in the mayor's office these past 2 months, I have established relationships with all area mayors, commissioners, office holders, directors, and employees. I have attended every board and committee meeting. I have been a part of every decision that has been made for our county during the pandemic. I have dedicated 50 to 60 hours a week in the office and have enjoyed learning every aspect of it. My concern is that not continuing to allow me to stay in this office will be a setback for discussions and plans for the vaccine that we are currently planning to distribute to our first responders and healthcare workers in 2 weeks, and the public in the early spring. The mayor's office needs to continue to be at the forefront and engage with public health officials and plans for the pandemic without setback of someone having to learn and reintroduce themselves to the processes and reestablish networking that I have already established. Our community is undergoing many unknowns. Our loved ones are dying, and many are sick with the virus. And contrary to what some may think, networking with area mayors is essential during this time and any time for our counties. Having a relationship with surrounding county mayors should never be considered a problem, but exactly what your mayor should be doing. I understand that the mayor plays many vital roles in our community, and I'm willing to learn all of them and represent this office with integrity while displaying transparency to the community and county government. I'm asking for your vote tonight, not because I'm a county employee or because I'm a commissioner, but because I have started at the bottom and worked my way up the ranks of each position I have held, all while striving to do my best to make the best decisions. I think each of you have seen the hard work and dedication that I have displayed while serving on this commission and serving as your interim mayor. I believe in honesty, transparency, and accountability, all of which I will bring to the mayor's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Next item will be the acceptance of nominations for Carter County Mayor. At this time, the floor is open for nominations.
This is Nancy Brown, 2nd District, and I want to recommend Patty Woodby. I want to nominate her tonight.
Ms. Brown has nominated Ms. Woodby.
Mr. Chair, Isaiah Grindstaff, 4th District.
Okay, Mr. Grindstaff,
I'd like to nominate Mike Enzer, please.
Mr. Grindstaff has nominated Mike Enzer.
Ross Garland,
Go ahead, Mr. Garland.
Chris Hachu, sir.
Garland has nominated Chris Hachu.
Chairman, this is Mike Hill, District 2.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hill.
I nominate Danny Ward.
Mr. Hill has nominated Mr. Danny Ward.
Make a motion at all.
Mr. Chair,
Hold on one second, I think. Go ahead, Ms. Collins.
Cease.
I'd like to nominate David
Receive.
Miller, please.
Hold on, Mr. Campbell. I think Ms. Collins was trying to get in. I can see her picture moving.
I'd like to nominate David Miller, please.
Ms. Collins has nominated David Miller. Any more nominations? Mr. Campbell, you have the floor.
Made a motion that all nominations cease.
I second that motion. Mark Blevins, 1st District.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll to cease nominations.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins,
Aye.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Patty Woodby. Patty Woodby.
I've got a question, Josh. Can I vote?
Just abstain.
I don't think she can vote.
I think I can abstain.
Okay.
Yes, you need to abstain.
Bradley Johnson. Bradley Johnson.
You're muted, Brad.
Mark Tester.
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Jerry Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James.
Yes.
Ross Garland.
Yes.
Layla Ward.
Yes.
Ginger Holdren. Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Sandra Color.
Yes.
Daniel McInturf.
Yes.
Aaron Frazier.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Kelly Collins.
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
And who was that one?
John.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Okay. Passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As we move on into the question answer session, Mr. Harden will ask all the questions. These questions have been submitted by the Democratic Party chair and the Republican Party chair. We will go in alphabetical order. All candidates will remain on the camera, and we will answer one question at a time. And when the first question is done, we'll alternate the order, and we'll continue until all the questions that have been submitted are asked. Then we will move on to questions from commissioners. So, Mr. Harden,
Chairman
you
here,
have. Yes, Ms. Fry.
would you like me to get Mr. Enzer from the conference room? He's waiting into the conference room where the commissioners are so he can take part.
Yes, please. Once everybody's in, we'll start with the order will be Mr. Enzer, Mr. Hachu, Mr. Miller, Mr. Ward, and Ms. Woodby. After that, we will alternate the order.
This where we can take to sit down.
Yeah, put your chair.
Hello.
Attorney Harden, are you ready to ask the questions?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have the floor. This will first one be to Mr. Enzer.
Okay, as Mr. Hill explained, these aren't my questions. These are questions submitted by the chairs of the Carter County Democratic Party and the Carter County Republican Party. And my plan is to just alternate between those two parties without necessarily identifying which one asked which question. So to Mr. Enzer first, question is, we are currently in the middle of a dangerous pandemic and numbers are rising in the Northeast Tennessee area. It's well established scientific knowledge that wearing masks and social distancing help reduce the transmission of coronavirus and help prevent the overwhelming of local hospitals. Yet there is a significant portion of Carter County residents who are not wearing masks and not social distancing in retail locations and other public spaces. How can you as mayor increase compliance with these safety measures, whether through enforcement, improving buy-in, or some other method?
Well, I feel like anytime we're talking about the mask mandate, I think you have to go based off of the recommendation of qualified personnel. You know, anytime, you know, and we're going to go as the mayor or as a school system or whatever, we sit down with the Board of Health, the regional health people, and you get recommendations. And usually when you sit down in a meeting like that, you're sitting at a table full of doctors, and you're usually not the smartest person at the table. So in my opinion, at that point, you have to defer to the experts in the field. As far as mandating a mask mandate, I would have no problem doing that. I've never had a problem making tough calls, whether they be controversial. I've never had trouble making tough decisions as long as I'm doing what's best for the people of Carter County as a whole. Yes, you're going to have certain people that aren't going to like it. You're going to have certain people that are going to love it. But most of the people are going to fall somewhere in the middle. And as long as I can justify to the voters and to the people of Carter County that, you know, while we're doing that, you know, this pandemic is not choosy. You know, I've buried a cousin. I've had future son-in-law buried two of his grandfathers to COVID. I've had numerous family members and friends who have lost loved ones to COVID. So, you know, I'm not the one that's going to say masks don't work, masks don't do this. I'm going to say, you know, the governor has given us this edict to wear masks and to mandate, and I would have no problem making that mandate. Now, as far as enforceability, you know, I would work with any group we have. I would work with the sheriff's department. At some point, that becomes a legal statute as to whether or not people follow it or how businesses approach that. But that would be something that would be ironed out at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Enzer. Next will be Mr. Hachu.
I know this is a sensitive subject, and that I know at the community college where I work, it was a mandated requirement. No one could enter the campus without mask. We've had some issues with students refusing to wear those masks, and we're talking about in a small population in classes where we could bring in someone to either require them to put the mask on or ask them to leave the campus. I think one of the big issues that comes into this is more than trying to enforce this and involve law enforcement, because let's just admit it, there's no way to do that personally. We don't have the police force, we don't have the number of people to be able to do that. So you need to go about it, and my background is in public health. I have a master's in public health. And a lot of what we discussed in those courses and how you influence people's decision-making is based upon helping them understand the benefit related to that. Now, I've experienced it personally. My wife tested positive for COVID a week ago Sunday. And my father also was in a nursing home. He tested positive. I've got some good friends that have. I wouldn't take anything away from the actual severity of that. But I've also tried to stay informed on the pandemic, on the progress of different things and the benefits. And the truth of the matter is, yes, the masks have shown some ability to reduce the spread of disease, but we know more proper hand washing, use of hand sanitizer, and social distancing have played a bigger role. And so those things all need to be a part of the message that comes from the mayor's office of saying, here are the things that we need to do. And this is the way we need to proceed with that. Now, I grant you that needs to be done along with working with like Dr. Kursky at the regional health office. I had the opportunity to work with him when I did my internship on my master's degree, and being able to talk to them and find out what's the best way and the best message to present to people so that they wear a mask. Why do I wear a mask? I wear a mask because I want the small businesses to stay open in this community. It amazes me that when before that we closed down everything but big businesses and made all the small ones suffer. But I'm willing to wear a mask so that my friends who own small businesses can stay open. And I think that's part of it as well. So there's a lot of parts to look at this and how to go about that. But to be able to enforce by a legal mandate, I don't know that that's possible. And even some of the governors have recently recognized that trying to restrict Thanksgiving gatherings, it's just not possible. So you've got then to apply to get to people's mind, to their heart, and say, here's why we think this is a good idea. That's how I would address it.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. Mr. Miller.
Well, you know what it comes down to it is if you want to stay safe, you need to wear a mask. And if you're going to be the mayor of Carter County, you need to wear a mask in public to show that you walk the walk, talk the talk. Now, as far as enforcing it, I just don't see the sheriff's department going out with a stick and hitting people in the head and say, stick a mask on. You do not have enough jail cells to do it because we have a lot of people in Carter County and in our surrounding counties that just are not going to wear a mask. So we're going to have to hope and pray that if they've got COVID, that they don't get near you. When it comes down to being safe, that's all we've got right now. The vaccine is coming. It will be here. And even if you take the vaccine, you're going to have to promote that to the constituency, trying to get them to take the vaccine. Now, we've got a lot of people out there right now that says, well, it's coming, but I don't believe I want it because I'm afraid it'll make my arm fall off. Well, you know, we're going to have to be smart about this and get people to realize that the vaccine is the only way to take care of this. You know, and two, heard an expert today say, you take the vaccine, let's say you get it in February or March, you better be wearing your mask for another 6 months, because if you don't, you're still taking a chance of getting the COVID. COVID-19 is awful. I mean, we don't know how to take care of it. We don't know what it's all about. Even the experts don't know what it's all about. And we just got to pray that these vaccines work and get us back on track. Chris is right when he says we cannot stand another shutdown. It would be devastating to small business, not only in our county, but all across the country. Cannot stand a full shutdown in this country. We've got to stay up and running as best as we can, but do it as safe as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Ward.
I would like to say that I would, as mayor, of course, follow any CDC guidelines that was put out before us. I would hope the governor would be there with us and help us make those decisions. But in some cases that don't happen. All we can do is ask people, because we don't want to infringe on their benefit. I mean, on their freedoms. But we need to ask them to do the right thing and wear a mask. I wear a mask every single day where I work, and as I go out into the community, I wear my mask. It would be very difficult to mandate the wearing of a mask, because the sheriff's department, there's no way they could monitor everybody in Carter County. And neither would the businesses want to have that responsibility to monitor everybody, because it's just something we can't do, because everybody has rights. Whether you feel like it's going to save lives or not, me personally, I think it saves lives. My mom had COVID. She was a very sick lady, was in the hospital for about 8 weeks, on a ventilator twice. The biggest thing to me is coming home from work or coming home from somewhere out in the community and me not doing my part by wearing my mask and infecting somebody. Like the school systems, we need to be as safe as possible. We need to listen to the health department. And when they tell us that we need to shut down part of the school system for a part of time to get over some of these problems of COVID, then we need to do so. We need to follow those guidelines. It's very important that we look at what's going on around us. Take Texas, for example, one of the biggest states that's had the COVID outbreak, and a lot of people has died. I've had friends that's died. I've known people that's died. It's a very serious situation that we're in. But we're learning a lot from it. And we just got to be able to adapt and do the best job that we possibly can do. And as mayor, I would get out and I would do that, and I would ask people to do the same. And if you saw me out, you'd see me with mask on.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Ms. Woodby.
Chairman Hill, before we move ahead, I'd like for everybody to have their mute button on. We're picking up some background noise. I didn't hear everything that Mr. Ward said, and I certainly don't want that to be a factor going forward.
I think it was somebody named Michael. I think Abby muted him, Dr. Acuff.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As Dr. Acuff said, if you're not speaking, please mute your mic. Next is Miss Woodby.
Thank you. As mayor, I believe that you increase compliance by leading by example. I believe the mayor should always be wearing the mask in the community. I believe our officials, which I have requested in many meetings, wear the mask, reach out to local businesses to ask their patrons to wear the mask. I also think that, we lead by example on anything we do. We have the regional mayors and myself involved in a mask wearing campaign to where we are, we have a hashtag, it's called Spread the Love, Not COVID. And what we've done is reached out to individuals in the community who are examples to some of the age groups that we need to target. So they will look up to these individuals and say, hey, they're wearing the mask, I want to wear the mask, because we do know that it slows the spread. Also, the mask, some people that are catching this 24, 25 years old, they're recovering from it, no problem. But the problem is these 24, 25-year-olds are taking it home to grandmother, grandfather. And those are the individuals who we need to protect. Our nursing homes right now are flooded with cases, and that goes on up the chain to the intensive care units. So I think the most important thing here, and as far as enforcement, we cannot ask our sheriff's department to do that. They do not have the staff right now to even man the hours that for the crimes that are in our county, much less trying to have a mask police. I believe that leading by example is the best sure possible way to get this community on board, especially when you see somebody you admire. When you see those police officers wearing a mask, when you see the mayor wearing a mask, when you see our commissioners wearing a mask, when you see my favorite basketball coach wearing a mask, people look up to that. I mean, and I'll kind of do this analogy. It's like living in this wonderful suburb, and when you mow your yard and it's beautiful, guess what? Everybody else is going to mow their yard because they want it to look as good as yours. So that's my take on it. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. We'll move on to question 2. The order will be Mr. Haichu, Miller, Ward, Woodby, and answer. Attorney Harden.
Yes, sir. The next question is, do you have any specific plans as to how you would attempt to bring more employment opportunities to Carter County? And what actions would you take to make sure we retain the quality jobs we already have?
Mr. Haichu.
Yes. When it comes to economic development, of course, again, one of those things I read a lot and study a lot. You know, when you look at things within like the Appalachian Regional Commission, of course, we're in our South Central area, which involves Washington and Carter County or Sullivan County. But when you look at the overall part and you think about the things there, they give numbers like we're at like 82.5%, the U.S. average on income. We are behind as far as disparities when it comes to educational attainment, employment, and certain health outcomes. In the studies where I've been working on my community college leadership certificate, my graduate work, one of the things that we know, and there's multitudes of studies behind this, is that if we can increase educational attainment, then we can increase economic status, which then increases access to healthcare, which then improves the quality of life. So when you start looking at specific plans to look at improving the employment in Carter County, it starts at the K-12 level. And I've worked in the community college for over 20 years, and I've got friends at the TCAT that know that I believe that not every student needs to go to college. We made that mistake 10 or 15 years ago, and we tried to push everybody to college. Now we realize that some students would do better in a technical environment. So if we can work to improve those areas, and we can do those things. And so what we've got to look at is, it's like I think about examples like going to International Paper. It's probably one of the industries in Carter County that not many people know about. But we went to them to talk to them about what they needed as far as educational parts and to meet the needs within their actual base so that they could continue to grow and meet the needs of the people that they supply. When you think about Snap-on, it's one of those things that amazes me. You probably saw they're getting ready to do their final that 6 acres and a bigger expansion to add 25 more jobs. I know we'd love to see a huge employer come in, but when you think about that expansion, the thing that's in my mind is, and some of y'all may have noticed this in the Star for probably the last year, they're always advertising for jobs at Snap-on. I can remember the time that if you could get someone to give you a good endorsement, you might get a chance at a job at Snap-on. But that's not the way it is now. And the problem we have is we have a lot of other things we've got to look at. We've got to look at education, but we've got to. Another one of these things that's looked at, and I read a recent study that they were talking about diseases of despair. And one of those things is this opioid epidemic. It's another thing that we have to deal with. We can't get qualified people to go to work because they are, are addicted to drugs. And so we've got to work with all these different community partners and stuff. It's a multifaceted approach. You can't just say, well, we're going to go out here and we're going to market the Matheson property and put someone in that building. It's got a lot of parts, moving parts. We are blessed in the area where we are that not only do you have, a good K through 12 system with a good CTE program, you think about the programs that are there. I was reading just the other day, pharmacy tech, that's great. I'm glad to see that they've thought that was something that needed to be done. And these things, so what other areas can we expand on, and where can we help support the school system to be able to help students obtain a certificate to go to work as soon as they graduate high school? And then if we do that, and another thing that I think would be good and was mentioned by someone else earlier, I'd love to see the big businesses in. Let's come in here and let's support our small businesses, and let's promote entrepreneurship, like through the Co-Starters program and stuff, so that people can come in. And the beautiful part of the entrepreneur, they're sharing from their heart. They're doing something they really want to do. And yeah, it may not employ, but maybe 3, 4, 5 people. But when you do those things, again, it keeps our people here. They're making money. They're healthier. They're happy. And I'll be honest, it's one of those things I've had people ask me, driving to Blumpville every day, why wouldn't you want to live closer? Why? Because I love where I live. And that's one of the things that makes a difference here. So, I think that's some of the actions. It's going to be a process of things. And I'm glad to know that stepping in as mayor, you're not starting out new, because the school system's already recognized a lot of the things that needs to be done. You've got the TCAT that is responsive to the needs of our area. And then you've got even, for those that do need a bachelor's degree, you've got Milligan College, ETSU right here in our back door. I believe that's the steps to move forward in economic development. While we also do those other things, we work with NetRep and we work with Networks out of Sullivan County and other people. We work with them to look at those areas. But what we need to do too is look at the area businesses. What do you need? What skills are lacking? What can we help with? And that's part of our job while we address all the other things that are ancillary to it, like the opioid epidemic and stuff. But I think that's the goal and that's the way to start at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. Mr. Miller.
Well, Chris touched on a lot of things. He talked a long time. The fact of the matter is that we need to take care of the businesses that we have here at the moment, make sure that they are taken care of. We do have an unemployment problem right now. Our latest numbers in September, 5.3%. The new numbers will come out sometime this week. They'll be a little bit higher because state of Tennessee as a whole had some higher unemployment numbers for this, the latest numbers that are available. How do we get people to come? Well, we're going to have to get our infrastructure up to date. A lot of people says, well, we need a factory or industry to bring in 1,000 jobs. Well, you better have the infrastructure to take care of that, the water, the electric, and you're going to have the workforce to do that as well. Now, we've got a lot of folks that are unemployed, and we do have a lot of folks that do need more education. There's no question. The education availabilities are here. TCAT is here. Northeast State is here. You can go to college for 2 years for free in the state of Tennessee, and then you can switch over if you wanted to advance down to East Tennessee State or Milligan if you can afford to get in. The fact is that the opportunities are here. Now, you got to get young people to take advantage of that. And they're not. I think Dr. Nolan at East Tennessee State said the other day that he's worried that a lot of young people are not attending the colleges, community colleges and such right now, even though they have a tremendous opportunity to do so monetarily. So we've got to look into that, see how we can get that shored up. We got to take care of our small business as well and small industry. We've got a place right here in Carter County right now that there are small businesses that have located there. Many of them might have anywhere between 10 and 25 people working, but they're working and they make a pretty good living. And that's maybe where we need to concentrate more than just trying to bring in 500 and 1,000 employees per business. It'd be nice to get them here, but we're going to have to spend some money to do it before we can get them here and get them up and running.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Ward.
First of all, this is a task that we can't do by ourselves. This is something we're going to have to work on regionally. The school system would be a fine example of what we need to do. We need our CTE programs bumped up. We need to be able to supply what is out there in our neighborhoods and take care of the businesses that's already there. We have a meat cutting program now that we actually access and get kids jobs when they get out of school. Welding is another good CTE program that we've done well with and place kids throughout the region. Something that's real dear to my heart would be dual enrollment. If we were able to get these kids in dual enrollment with DCAP in Northeast and get a part of their school paid for before they ever get out of school. In other words, get credits up front, and that would save the families 25% if they get some of those credits out of the way as they're in high school. We have to start with a plan. We a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan. We need to get stakeholders together. We need to look at businessmen in the community that's already created jobs And I'll give you some fine examples of that. Dr. Hoffman, you know, when you come into Elizabeth and you see the big medical facility that he's created and created a lot of jobs for Carter County. Charles Von Cannon, one of our own commissioners, you know, he's actually created more jobs than most people around here. And I applaud him for that. We also need to look at our Mr. Goodall, you know, the development that's going to go around the lake. You know, we need to look at people and invite people in to spend and invest in Carter County. Carter County is a beautiful place to live, but we have to have jobs. You know, we can create jobs 10, 15 at a time, and that's great. As far as getting a plant with 1,000 people, we don't have the infrastructure for it. We don't have the education to get the people there to work. We also need to look at everybody around us, and we don't need to duplicate things. If we duplicate things, all we're doing is being competitive to each other. So that's why I'm talking about regionalism. You know, we have to work together to make this work for our whole Northeast community. You know, we've got the playground. We've got the places for people to come and enjoy and go to the lake, go to the mountains, go hiking, go to the falls. There's the Blue Hole. There's all kinds of things that we have to offer that other cities and counties don't have to offer. So, you know, we can just use our tourism and develop a lot of monies to come to our area for that. You know, look at the Bee Cliff cabins. That's one fine example of a man who had a vision, and he's done very well with that. And to me, I think we need to look for those type of people, and we need to retain what we have. That's very important. You know, we have to support them. We have to tell them, go out and ask them, what do they need? What do they need from us? What do they need from our school system? You know, that's just some of my thoughts. I echo a lot of the things that David Miller said. He's going on. You know, we have to have the infrastructure. We have to have the education. So that's what I would do as mayor is get everybody working together and reach out to Nashville and tell Nashville, hey, you know, East Tennessee needs some help. We need some help developing jobs. You know, we're happy that you're putting plants and things of that nature down in Middle Tennessee, but help us up here in Carter County. Help us in the Northeast because we deserve it. We taxpayers too, and you know, we need to develop our area, and that's what I would do as mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Ms. Woodby.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. I think economic development starts with the establishment of economic development department in Carter County. That's the groundwork for getting jobs into our area. That's going to have to be a collaboration with the city and the city council. We shouldn't be working against each other. We should be working with each other. And with that economic development department also comes a position that someone is responsible for looking out into the area, finding those job opportunities, and bringing them back to Carter County. Also with our joint economic development board and our industrial development board. We should get together with them and set a plan for not just recruiting, but retaining the current industry that we have here, such as Snap-on, AY McDonald, Mapes. We need to keep those here and be appreciative of them for what they have done to be loyal to us. So I think economic development starts at home with what we can do here to find the jobs and bring them to us. And then we can act on a regional platform. But we have to have something here to know what the groundwork will even be for what we're looking for, to show our tourism, to show our natural resources here. We have to have that individual who knows about Carter County and what all Carter County brings. We have to have that individual when some big industry or some small entity wants to call Carter County, they can call our economic development department and get that person on the phone, and they can say, hey, let me show you this piece of property Carter County has. Let me show you this building we have available. We have to have that individual, and I think it starts with the economic development department, and then we can branch out to further regional economic development with that individual. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Mr. Enzer.
Going last in this circumstance, I'm probably going to sound a bit like a parrot because I'm going to echo a lot of the same sentiments that everybody else made. Probably make a couple of others, but a lot of what we're building on is we're all on the same page. I've got some bullet points that I had written down on economic recruitment and economic development. And my first bullet point I put down, and first thing I wanted to look at is I wanted to know what are reasons that industries aren't coming to Carter County. The reasons we're not doing well. You know, I've always, that kind of goes back to my coaching days. We want to see what our deficiencies are. That way you can fix those. My first bullet that I had there was infrastructure. Same thing everyone else has said. A little bit different from my standpoint. I'm on the several board of directors or advisory boards for TCAT. So I'm in on some of those conversations. And of course, I'm involved in the school system, so I'm in on the CTE conversations there as well. But when I'm sitting in on those advisory board meetings with TCAT, you know, they talk about why they aren't able to recruit, you know, why or how they're able to send so many people. I think, you know, the plumbing pipe fitting that I sat on at TCAT, they have a 90+ percentile emplacement rate when their guys get jobs, you know, when their guys get their certification. Welding, same thing. HVAC, same scenario. But the first thing as far as infrastructure goes, we don't have interstates. We don't have interstates. We don't have a railway anymore. So, you know, that limits us on that 1,000-person factory as far as getting goods and services into the area. However, it can be done. And somebody else said something about we need to use our local established businesses as a springboard. Well, I think we also have to use our local established businesses as a model to show these other corporations, whether it be Kubota, who we've now got a new Kubota school at TCAT, or whether it be another factory, whatever the case may be, making airplane parts, whatever the case may be, as long as they want to come here. But we can use Snap-on, we can use AY McDonald, we can use Star Industries, Stony Creek NCI Building System. You know, those companies don't have interstates either. They don't have railways either, but they get their goods in to provide their products. So, you know, it can be done. It just has to be creatively done. The second reason that a lot of businesses say they don't want to come to Carter County or can't come to Carter County, they won't, it's a business. They want tax incentives. They want to be able to make more bang for their buck. So I think that goes back into a lot of what Ms. Woodby said and some of the others. That comes into communication. You know, we have to communicate with the city. We have to have a working relationship. Nobody in the city wants the county to tell them how to spend their money, and nobody in the county wants the city to tell us how to do our business. But we do have to work together. We have to work together to formulate a plan to give tax incentives for these companies to come in. And, you know, I told somebody this the other day. They were talking about this same thing. And they said, well, a lot of these businesses will come in, and then as soon as their tax incentive runs off the boards, they just up and leave. And I said, well, yeah, you know, that's true. You know, there was a business up Stony Creek that did the same thing. I said, but in the 5-10 years, whatever the time frame is that they're here, they are providing jobs during that time frame. And if they do choose to leave, when they leave, they're leaving that infrastructure behind. They're leaving that building. They're leaving that electricity. They're leaving that plumbing. They're leaving all that, the parking lots. They're leaving all the stuff that another corporation coming in doesn't have to spend that money on the outset to do. The third point that was always given to us at our things at TCAT was lack of skilled labor. And that's one thing that TCAT and the K-12 school system is doing to combat that. There is skilled labor here. You know, we have a lot of talented individuals. And Mr. Ward elaborated on the meat cutting class at UNACA. I was heavily involved in that class for years and years as an administrator. We also had the health sciences, several other programs, auto body. You know, we've got auto body technicians all over town that are making a living, a good living, because of something they learned in their teens in high school. We've got almost every butcher in every grocery store making a good living off something they learned in their teens and high school. So, you know, that's important. I've been to Greene County, you know, and I know Mr. Ward is familiar with this. Greene County and Greenville City has a collaborative CTE program. They combine their CTE programs with their city. They combine with the county. They run one giant CTE program in an off-campus location, similar to like if we were to be at the the old Northeast State Great Lakes building. They bus their kids in. They come in with one group in the morning from 8 to 11 or 8:30 to 11. They don't serve them lunch. They bus back to their school. They bus another group in at 12. They bus back out. They have numerous programs where these kids can get certifications after high school. And they've got a lot of industry in Greene County that have a collaborative with their vocational departments that when a kid graduates with that certificate, they get an automatic job interview. They don't automatically get a job, but they get an automatic job interview. And that's huge. When you can tell kids, hey, if you do well in this program, there's a chance you're going to be able to go to X factory and you're going to be able to make $20-some an hour. And for a lot of kids, a lot of kids at the head of Stony Creek, a lot of kids in Rome Mountain, a lot of kids over on the Johnson City line, if you can tell a kid he's going to make $20 an hour, that's a way out for him or her. Second thing, those are things that some of those things we can control, some of those things we can't. As far as economic development go, we have to take advantage of what we have. And right now our big draw, and somebody else hit on it earlier, is our tourism. We have the lakes, we have the rivers, we have the, as far as fishing goes, I know Mr. Ward mentioned Bee Cliff Cabins up Stony Creek. Those things are full year round with fly fishermen because we have world-class fly fishing that's second to none this side of east of the Mississippi River. And when those people are here, they're spending money at our gas stations. They're spending money at our grocery stores. They're eating out in our restaurants. They're buying their license here. All that money's staying at home. They're going to hotels, staying in cabins, whatever the case may be. Everybody else has touched on it too. We all want that 1,000-person factory. But until we get that 1,000-person factory or until we can get that infrastructure or that plan in place, I think we have to hit the ground running and recruit businesses that have 5, 20, 50, 100 people and pay them a livable wage. Because when you pay those people a livable wage, they stay in our county. Their kids stay in our school system. They don't have to leave. They don't have to go to Kingsport to earn a living. They don't have to go to Knoxville to earn a living. Down here behind Tractor Supply and down behind the old Benberg building, there's several businesses that have gone in down there. I think there's a welding shop. They pay well. These people are making a good living. And you know what? If we can get 20 people down there making a living and you get 30 people in the next building over making a living and you get 5 in the next building, then, those numbers add up just like that 500-person factory adds up. We all want that big one, and I would love to have that. I was just passed a note that there is actually 18 industries at the Benberg building, and that is a huge, huge number. You've got the plating where they plate the bumpers, they do that type of plating, chroming, different things, skilled labor. One aspect that, we get, and it's heartbreaking, is a detractor, and I think it's going to have to come down to education. When I'm also in on my meetings at TCAT, the biggest reason that they have, I've asked him, I say, you're bouncing around 90 to 95 percentile on your job placements. What's the big detractor? And they say the biggest detractor is, even though these guys are getting out of here, they can weld circles around anybody else, or they have their certificate, they can't pass the drug test, or they don't have a driver's license. They're unemployable. And that's a shame because you have people with skills. And I think a lot of that has to come down to education, intervention, treatments, and that's a community problem. And that's something as the mayor, I think we need to hit on all of these. We need to accentuate our positives. We need to promote. We need to, when we have a success in this county, we need to celebrate it. We need to jump up and down and use a public relations. We need to promote what we do well. We need to promote what we have. It's all about, we just have to communicate. We have to collaborate. I think that, somebody else touched on, working with Sullivan County, working with Washington County, working with the city. It has to be, we're all in the Appalachian region up here, and everybody's socio-economically disadvantaged. So we all have to work together to bring in the next Eastman. We all have to work together to bring in the next Snap-on. And I think that and we're not going to we can't be selfish and get that done. We have to work together, even if that means putting our own pride aside or our own, and compromising and coming up with solutions and coming up with a plan. And like somebody said, it's not going to be a 1-year plan, a 2-year plan. It may be a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan. And as your mayor, that's what I would strive to do.
Thank you, Mr. Inzer.
Thank you.
We move on to question 3. The order will be Mr. Miller, Ward, Ms. Woodby, Mr. Inzer, and Mr. Haichu. Attorney Harden.
Yes, sir. We are fortunate to live in one of the most beautiful areas of the state. Ecotourism is a growing revenue generator in many areas around the country, combining increasing access to nature's bounty while instituting environmental protections. Do you support increasing tourism around our natural resources? And if yes, how do you plan to do that and simultaneously protect the environment?
Mr. Miller.
Well, I think what we really have to do is take a look at what we have to begin with and start from there. Okay, let's say, for instance, we want to promote tourism via the historical aspects of Carter County. All right, if we have all these assets, which we do, we're going to have to let people know that they're here. And you do that by promoting our region in other areas that also have historical types of business or attractions, if you will. If you want people to know about Carter County and the history of Sycamore Shoals and such, then we probably need to have some type of promotions going on in a place like Williamsburg. So those folks would come down. Not everybody's into historical types of entity, but you've got to promote what you have to people that would want to come. Now, we've got to protect our environment. There's no question about it. We have the 3rd cleanest lake in the United States. We don't have much of a tourism plan in Carter County. I think the tourism department sometimes gets lost, and I'm not exactly sure why, because we've got a lot to work with. We have a whole lot more to work with in Carter County than just the covered bridge. And even the covered bridge, we got to let people know that it's here before they can find us. And once they get here, of course, then they'll see the beauty that we have. It's a wonderful place to live. It's a wonderful place to raise your family. Hopefully we'll get more jobs, and it'll be a tremendous place to work as well. But we have to be careful, I guess, on what type of jobs that we do bring in. We don't want to screw up the environment and ruin what we already have. But we do have a lot of great assets in Carter County. Tourism can be a moneymaker. I'm not sure that it is right now. If you get the people here, that dollar turns over and over again. And that's how you make money with tourism. I remember long ago a city manager, Tom Hord, that was in the city of Elizabeth, and he used to say, "We have a great place. People come for one day. They don't stay overnight. They leave as soon as they've gotten here after 2 or 3 hours, and that's it." So we're going to have to give them a reason to stay longer, maybe overnight. Need to work more on this hotel situation. I know it's in the plans, but I haven't seen any dirt move there on West Elk Avenue. But there are a lot of different ways of making our tourism work for us, supporting the right programs and making sure that the money we put in will make us more money in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next will be Mr. Ward.
Yes, I would promote tourism by protecting our national resources. And I think we do that in a good way here in Carter County. We look at Sycamore Shoals, for example. I sit on the board of Sycamore Shoals, and we invest a lot of money back into that park, the Friends of Sycamore Shoals. We invest a lot of money back. We have gardens that we try to beautify the area. We have the walking trail. It's just, they make sure that that park is run efficiently, and that's part of our tourism. Because every year, we do our Liberty drama, and we invite people in to show the history of Carter County, because Carter County is full of rich history. We got the Carter Mansion. It's well taken care of. And you have to take care of your assets. That's why we have to invest and keep our covered bridge up to par. We have to make sure that we keep it pristine, because that is the focal point of Carter County, is our covered bridge. Whether people realize that or not, people come from miles around for that. There's not that many covered bridges left. And the history in that covered bridge, if you've ever went down and read the documents, you'll find out that it's very impressive. Of course, I love history, and I want to make sure that we promote our history. Our Watauga Lake is one of the cleanest lakes around. And the reason it is because we take care of it, and we got to continue taking care of it. The National Forest, they're pretty strict on what you can and can't do. So we need to work with those people, and when they have ideals, we need to listen to them. We need to have group meetings with them, and we need to get advice from them and go forward. The Appalachian Trail, fine example. The 41st Appalachian Trail community was brought to Carter County by this commission 4 or 5 years ago. And I was actually part of that team that went down to Sevierville to introduce and actually bring that back home to us. And that was a proud moment. With that being said, we have to take care of those trails, because there's thousands of people that travels those trails, and they bring money in. Royal Mountain it's actually, they've grown because of the Appalachian Trail and the community, the 41st Community Trail. We have world-class fishing streams, and the TWRA makes sure that we keep that. Go Betsy, for example, is working toward helping get the 400 bridge a ramp, so we can bring more fishermen in and have them a place to park and a safe place to leave their boats, and an output for the Carter County Rescue Squad. I used to be part of the rescue squad. We need to make sure that we keep that intact. Royal Mountain State Park, people come from miles around just to visit that park. Campers, the people who camp, they'll come by 6 or 7 times a year because they love Carter County, and they know that we'll take care of our assets. And we need to work together and make sure that happens. That's how we promote tourism, keeping a clean environment for our parks and recreations, and working together with the city, county, state, federal, whatever program that we need to do to bring our tourist dollars here. We need to work and do that. And as mayor, I would promote Carter County.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Ms. Woodby.
Yes, I support increasing tourism around our natural resources. We live in one of the most beautiful areas in the county, everybody knows, and we should promote tourism of our unspoiled natural resources, with minimal impact to the environment being the primary concern. I think this can be done through educational piece. We have a great group here, Keep Carter County Beautiful. They do a wonderful job in the area, keeping the area clean of trash and litter. We should collaborate with those groups to keep our unspoiled natural resources beautiful. And by promoting that, that brings the fly fishing, the kayaking, the fishing tournaments. We could have a fishing tournament for Watauga Lake. We could do all those things without hurting the natural beauty of our county. So I think an educational piece and promoting what we have, we've got it here. It's just promoting it and getting it out to the area states and to the tourists that want to come here. So, I mean, I think we have the groups that we can work with. I think that we already have the people coming to doing the fly fishing, people who love our rivers, they're doing the kayaking, and Watauga Lake. It's a wonderful, beautiful asset. So I do support tourism to our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Mr. Enzer.
I'm going to hit on a lot of the exact same points that some of the others have made, but I'm going to make a couple of different points myself. And like you said, everybody's hitting on the aspect of we do have beautiful natural resources here, unspoiled natural resources. I'm a very avid fisherman, used to be a competitive bass fisherman years ago. So, you know, I've spent many nights and days on Watauga Lake, South Holston Lake, Cherokee Lake. I've been to basically every lake in the southern United States fishing different tournaments and venues. And I also see hotels when I pull down to these places that are chock full of boats or chock full of fishermen down there fishing and practicing for upcoming tournaments. You know, Miss Woodby hit on that just a second ago, you know, local bass tournaments. But you also don't want to, you know, you want to promote your other resources. You know, I've got a friend of mine who's and his son who own a guide service. You know, they do a huge business fishing Boone Lake. They do a huge business fishing the river, Watauga River and the Holston River up near Eastman. These guys stay busy. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they fished well over 320 days last year with clients. These are clients that are coming in here, they're spending money, and you know, we have to promote those same aspects. You know, we have Trout Unlimited that comes in. They like to use Stony Creek. I let those guys park on my property all the time. You know, my sister's got a rental cabin. They stay there. They stay at Bee Cliff. You know, and I don't want to, you know, I hear the big argument is, oh, we don't want this industry. You know, that was the big thing, you know, when the lodge was coming in up on the lake. Everybody was afraid they were going to bring in an eyesore. You know, and at that point, I think that's where you have to adopt standards for the construction of what you're going to allow to come in. You're going to have to have an architect involved. You're going to have to see drawings. You're going to have to make sure that these businesses that are coming in are going to be up to par with what you want with your own natural resources, and they're going to add to it, not detract from it. But in turn, they're going to bring in jobs. You know, there's going to be a lot of jobs at that lodge. They're going to pay a good wage, you know, and it's going to give people access to our lakes, our rivers, our streams. You know, we've got people who love to kayak. I was involved in the project up across from Hampton High School, where they took an old rundown, dangerous, dilapidated area that was drug infested, just a grown up place at a bridge, and didn't cost the county a dime by local volunteers coming in. I donated my equipment. Several other people donated equipment. Some people donated trash bags, bought pizza, whatever the case may be. And in the course of a day, we took and completely renovated that into a access area for the rafts to put in and for kayaks to put in. Now, I do think since the time has come, I think the County Highway Department has also gotten involved in that project and have gravelled some of that and done some other you know, enhancements to it. That same group went up and they cleaned up a lot of trash up around the Blue Hole. I think they're also involved in trying to get the ramp down under the bridge, you know, going down to Lover's Lane, you know, for fishing access. And something else nobody's really hit on is and I know it was in the plans and I haven't heard anything on it in the last little bit, was the Whitewater Park that was in the talking stages of getting a grant to come in to build, to bring in tourism and kids to surf. Betsy, I think, was the name of it, and to kayak and to raft, and it was going to be something along the lines of the Ocoee River. And I think even some commissioners went on a tour up there to that town, and they got some great information on how much that Whitewater Park brought into their region. So, you know, those aspects are huge. One aspect that's near and dear to me, and it just kind of goes back to my background, is athletics. Something that nobody's mentioned is AAU sports, whether it be AAU basketball, AAU baseball, anybody that is involved in high school athletics, even down to 7, 8, 9-year-olds. This is a huge business. This is a huge business. You know, I coached baseball for years, and we used to go to Jefferson City. There was a gentleman down there that built 4 baseball fields back to back to back with 1 concession stand. And when you would go down there, there would be anywhere from 25 to 50 teams playing there. Well, when you've got 25 to 50 teams, each of those teams pays a $250 entry fee, but they also have parents who come. They have, they, like I said, they eat at the restaurants, they stay at the hotels. So those things are huge. We don't have that one big facility where we could house that many teams at one time. We would have to collaborate with Johnson City. We'd probably have to collaborate with Bristol as far as hotel space. We only have the 2 little hotels here. And, you hear a lot of people that just won't stay there. They can stay in the cabins, they can stay in the campgrounds if you can find a spot. Since the days of COVID, you can't get a campsite. I camp. I've been looking for campsites. You're booking right now for 2022. If you want to get a campsite in the Pigeon Forge area, Rome Mountain, those things are way out. But we do have 4 local high schools that have tremendous athletic facilities. And you can work with those schools in the local school system with the county, and you can promote and bring in these teams to come and play in these AAU tournaments. And you allow the schools to run the concessions. The county gets the revenue off of the entry fees. The schools get the revenue off the concessions. It's a win-win. Those programs are able to add money to their coffers. Especially this year when, it's going to be limited. They're having to play games with no fans. I'm sure there's going to be some disastrous money available. But this does give, we need to promote what our area has. And that's one aspect that hasn't been mentioned. And I thought it might be something that would be really good to look at, because I know there is millions and millions of dollars spent every year in some of these other towns on AAU athletics. We've already got the natural resources as far as the fishing and hunting and things of that nature goes. We have to strive to protect that, but we also have to come up with other creative ways, whether it be Surf Betsy, whether it be AAU tournaments, sporting events, to increase tourism to our area. And if I'm your mayor, I'm going to strive to try to do those things.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Mr. Hatchew.
Yeah, I have to agree. Of course, with being a member of the chamber, we went through strategic planning about 2 or 3 years ago. Tourism was one of the number one things, and was part of the refocus of the chamber of looking at the things that we need to promote. Of course, I happen to chair the Tourism Council of the chamber, and it's one of those things that amazes me that even in the midst of this pandemic, one of the things that Carter County had was people wanted to come in where it was safe. They could be outdoors. And most people probably don't know this, but the hotel motel tax, once the economy was opened back up, we've hit near record levels in this county. So we are doing a good job already of marketing what we have as far as assets. I'm not saying that we're finished, by no means. And what we do as part of the tourism councils, we look at the demographics of people that visit this area. We do look at marketing to places who do look at historical attractions such as Sycamore Shoals or the Carter Mansion and those things. It's things I enjoy going to myself. But we also are marketing to the groups that would come in like during Bristol Race. Because if they're here for a whole week, hey, they need something to do. They're staying maybe near the racetrack, but they can come over here and enjoy the assets. I think one of the things that most people don't realize, just because of what we're doing with tourism, the report that was given at the last chamber meeting is that we are each taxpayer in this county in a little bit over $220 a year in taxes because of tourism. And so it definitely is something that we need to promote. We need to continue to promote. And we are, I believe we are one of the areas that are more responsible. When I thought about groups, 2 groups came to mind. David McGee and of course, Commissioner Hill knows some of the ones here in Roan Mountain. They really got behind that part of the Appalachian Trail, and there was an energy there. And I think we could do the same thing, whether we're looking at other aspects of our county to be able to promote those, whether it be Watauga Lake or whether it would be even the Blue Hole. I mean, there's a lot of different places. One of the other ones that some maybe not know about, but Bill Watson, it's actually Bill Watson Jr. I've known his family for years, but Bill is one of the big ones behind the backwoods horseback riding. And they have built and cleared multitudes of trails up here in Roan Mountain. They worked with the county to get the parking area put there in at the end of the railroad grade. But then now they have just completed, and some may not know this, it's up on Buck Mountain, out on the part out there as you're going, well, I'm trying to remember the name of the place, but as you're going back like you're going toward, I guess, you can actually come out down to Little Stony. They've built another place out there to park horseback trailers and to ride. And see, all those things are bringing in people to our area. And I think it's bringing some people in who find out just how great a place this is to live here. And so when you have those groups that are promoting and they have that energy behind them, and that's what's going to be another key to promoting what we have. And those groups are also going to be your ones who are going to be very staunch about protecting those natural resources. I thought about it, of course, I thought about it earlier, but when you think about entrepreneurship, they talked about the rafting and the kayaking. You realize that most of those come from out of our county. That may be an opportunity, or fly fishing. Someone who has a desire to do that and could be able to start their own business and do again what they love in the county they love. And so I think that's one of those things that I'm glad that I've been a part of and hope to continue to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. As we move on to question 4, the order will be Mr. Ward, Ms. Woodby, Mr. Enzer, Mr. Hachu, Mr. Miller. And from this point on, I'm going to start a 5-minute timer. So when you hear the timer, please finish up your thoughts. So Mr. Ward, or Mr. Attorney Harden.
Mr. Hill, we have a
Yes.
request for break in here.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, please. Come back at 7:37.
Yes, sir.
Look, I've spent $2.2 million of my own damn money
To develop.
and got nothing help from anybody, and I beg.
Abby, can you mute the commission mic, please? Thank you.
Every Saturday night with a fresh six-pack at 7. Join me, Betsy James, every single Saturday night with crack open a fresh six-pack and share it amongst everybody. One of those six-packs you don't have to be of any certain specific age to partake in. It's our weekend countdown. 6 to number 1 every Saturday night at 7. The six-pack at 7, sponsored by West Hills Tractor. This Saturday night, a six-pack at 7 just for you on 96.3 The Paso. Start your day off right with Jen and Toby. When you go through county, you're staying overnight because you drink like it's a long haul. Yes, it's not too long at all. Like 50 miles or something. So I'm going to stay with mom and dad. Yeah, I guess. If I'm going to first and get this going, I'm going to free food. You know me too well. Mornings, 5 to 10 on 96.3 The Paso. Excited developments are emerging. Dell is officially giving out the biggest deals of the year for Black Friday and especially on everything. Yes, everything. Whether it's for work, school, or fun, Dell has you covered with doorbusters every weekday. Accelerate all that you do.
So we'll go ahead and get everybody funneling back in and getting back online, and we'll go ahead and get this fourth question started. I'm not sure who Michael is, but Michael, can you mute yourself, please?
My thing about education is I think the state needs to do upgrade. They need to.
Chairman Hill,
Yes, Miss Abby.
I believe everyone here is ready to resume.
All right. So as I said earlier, we're on the question 4. Once the candidate starts speaking, I'll start the timer and you have 5 minutes. So Attorney Harden, you have the floor.
Okay, as is often the case in rural areas, our talented young people tend to leave Carter County for greener pastures. What are your thoughts on how to entice our young folks to make Carter County home and to prosper here?
Mr. Ward.
Well, first of all, we have to be able to get our kids educated enough where they can stay here. Give them the opportunity to find a job in their field somewhere in the region. Carter County is a great place to live, and we all realize that. But a lot of kids have moved off to get better jobs because the job market's not here for them. And it really depends on what they choose. What would I do as mayor to try to keep them here? I would first of all try to get our education system to help with dual enrollment like we talked about before and get some of their college credits done. Every child doesn't go, or young adult doesn't go to college. Some of them do trades, and trades can outpay a lot of jobs that you go to college for. Auto mechanics, $20 an hour, welders, $20 to $30 an hour. There's a lot of opportunity right here in Carter County. We just have to make sure that we educate our kids, get the skills that they need so they can stay here. I would work with any group or any college, ETSU, Milligan, or whoever we would have to work with to help us do that.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Move on to Miss Woodby.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. As we know, Carter County is sitting in the hub of 2 wonderful colleges, TCAT Northeast State. And just so happens we had a collaborative meeting with Mr. Blevins and Dr. Bullock and her team this past week discussing a collaborative effort on the TCAT programs. We discussed on why should schooling stop at grade 12. These children need to be associated with these programs that these schools are offering in grades 8 or 9. They need to find that program of interest. And I think when children find something that is really their niche, it improves who they are. That D student all of a sudden becomes an A student because they have found something that they enjoy doing at the early onset of their high school career. They are on honor roll now because they love going to that welding class. So when we start these children out in the 8th or 9th grade in the program that they want to be acquainted with, and they're able to graduate their senior year and go into the job force, that is more likely to keep our children here in the workforce in the area and in Carter County. Some of the diesel mechanics program that TCAT's offering, that has become a very popular program. Mr. Blevins has done a wonderful job in collaborating and getting contracts with Ballad Health for the nursing. The welding program, Eastman has a contract with, they're going straight into the job market. The diesel mechanics, one of the trucking companies over on the Gray Exit is in a contract with TCAT right now. So when these children finish these programs, they're job ready. I would like to see them job ready when they finish high school so they don't have to continue on to that next step. And another part of that we discussed is hopefully discussing making the workforce development complex a spot from where, so we don't have to continue to bus these TCAT students from high school to high school. A student that wants to take the criminal justice program at Happy Valley and that goes to Hampton, they spend a majority of time on that bus riding to Hampton. So they don't take that class. They have to opt for something else because they can't fit that into the schedule. If we were able to supply these classes in a one-stop shop, then we can collaborate with TCAT Northeast State to start that degree or program of study in the 8th or 9th grade and getting them familiar with what they're ready to go in. Not only does it change the perception of what these children are doing, but it gives them something to look forward to. It's good for the teachers, it's good for the student, it's good for all around morale. So that is something that's very important as mayor to me. And just this week we had that meeting, and that is actually in process, especially with Dr. McAbee. He was with us. He introduced this idea, and I think it's wonderful. And that is in current talks right now. So that is my idea as mayor, is what I would do for the school system and the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Mr. Enzer.
I think a lot of what we have to do to keep kids here is we have to promote what is out there for kids. You know, we have to educate them. We have to give these kids, you know, take them to some of these job fairs, let them see what a welding certificate from TCAT does. Let them see what a pipe fitting certificate from TCAT does. You know, let them talk to these recruiters for these businesses from Eastman, and let them know that, hey, if you can go over here and do this one-year program, you can make anywhere from $75,000 to $120,000 a year at 18, 19, 20 years old. We had a student in Carter County that was a Happy Valley kid that won the state, I guess the equivalent of a state championship for Skills USA in welding. This young man came out of high school, went straight to TCAT, passed all of his competencies to weld different things. And this kid is making tremendous amount of money at, I think, 21, 22 years old. You know, I've talked to several, you know, I had a nephew that's a welder over there, and I called him when we had a teaching job open for a welding spot. And it was going to be more to teach in the Carter County school system was going to cut off more than half of his pay. And you know, that's some avenues, but we got to educate these kids and let them know what's out there. You know, these diesel schools, you know, they're hiring over at the heavy equipment places. You know, Kubota's came to this area. They're not coming to this area for no reason. They're looking to put something here. You know, they're spending a lot of money at TCAT to train Kubota technicians. They're putting a lot of money into that to, you know, we need to seize that opportunity. And a lot of that can start with the dual enrollment. I heard somebody mention that earlier. The dual enrollment, you know, that's fine and dandy with the dual enrollment English. That's fine and dandy with the dual enrollment science classes. Let's start dual enrollment with our vocational classes. Let's get those kids involved. Let's do a collaborative with the Carter County Elizabethton CTE, the TCAT, Northeast State. They all have great vocational programs. Let's get them all involved where these kids can be meeting those competencies when they're a junior and senior in high school, and be able to come out of school 18, 19 years old and be able to go straight into the job market. If these kids can go into the job market and make a livable wage in this area, they're going to stay here. You know, there's a lot of people that drive from here to Kingsport to work because they want to live here, but they can make a livable wage at Eastman or at Fluor or at Daniels or at Jacobs. And I think we have to promote that. The four-year degrees are out there. Everybody knows that. All these kids, they're inundated with that in the schools. I promise that. I see it every day. But these kids, our schools aren't promoting our CTE programs to the point of what we do our four-year education. And take these kids out and show them. And here's the deal. Some of these kids that are doing your CTEs, Miss Woodby hit on it. You take that kid that's a D student or even an F student, or even in the situation where I work, a student who's a discipline problem. All of a sudden, it's like she said, they get a taste of something they want to do for a living, whether it be work on cars, in the auto mechanics program, or whether it be weld in the welding program at Happy Valley or Cloudland. All of a sudden, that student has something they can hang their hat on and a reason to go to school and a reason not to get in trouble. Every kid's not a football player. Every kid's not a basketball player. Some kids are ag students. Some kids are welders. Some kids are nurses, and we, I know Carter County has the program now where they can come out of high school with their CNAs. These kids can go to school straight out of high school, make a decent living while they're doing something they enjoy, while they go on to college to pick up that 2-year degree or 4-year degree in nursing. And I think it comes down to communication and collaboration with all these programs to get everybody on the same page. And Dr. McAbee is doing a great job. Mickey Taylor's doing a great job. Mr. Colbert at Elizabethton does a great job. And we've got to get on board with Dean Blevins and with Mr. O'Quinn to see if we can all get on the same page, and even Mr. Hachu at Northeast State. They have great programs. We got to all get on the same page and expose these kids to what benefits are out there. And if I'm your mayor, we're going to try to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Enzer. Next up, Mr. Hachu.
Yeah, this has been something that's been discussed a lot. I know that I serve as one of the subcommittees on the Chamber of the Education Subcommittee, and we've talked a lot about one of the things we think that's benefiting. And you mentioned job fairs. I've had the opportunity several times to help with Career Quest to ETSU. A huge number of the middle school and high school kids will come through and see what was out there as far as in our region. One of the thoughts that we had tossed around in the Education Subcommittee was to have a job fair, but have it local. Let students find out what the possibilities of working for Elizabethton Electric System or Mountain Electric Co-op. They can work here and be at home where they want to be, or to, what are the possibilities of Snap-on? And as Ms. Woodby mentioned, we want to hit them in middle school. We want to get their attention so that we can help them understand the mathematics skills they need to have, and those things that we're finding, in my role anyway, as being deficient. As a dean of science, we see a lot of students come in and they're not college level mathematics. Even if they complete sales math, they struggle. And so there's a lot of areas we can look at to do that. One of the things that I think is good, there was discussion at one time about the whole of Herman Robinson being a county city cooperative CTE hub, and that didn't happen. I do think that the Great Lakes Complex is a wonderful spot for that. I've always thought when I worked there as director that there was just unlimited possibilities at that site for us to be able to do some things like that. Pellissippi State Community College, whoever does end up being the mayor, and if I do, I have that firsthand knowledge. They took an old plant and actually used that plant to bring high school students into college. Part of them were doing their associate degree to go on to a 4-year. Others were doing CTE. It was unbelievable, the labs that they had for different parts. And of course, one of the big ones is healthcare. And I think that's the key with the job fairs and those things, because as Mr. Enzer mentioned, not all kids want to go to college. But guess what? Not all of them want to go into healthcare. If you think about our county and you talk about what job possibilities there, most people think, well, either I got to teach or I'll go into healthcare. But that's not it. We've got so many other possibilities with that. And one of the ones that's near and dear to my heart, that falls in my department, that Dr. Bullock has asked for us to work on is agriculture. The possibilities of agriculture. We got to have farmers, but it's not looked at that favorable. How do we make that happen? How do we expose kids to that, like they do with at Unaka High School? If we can give them those possibilities and show what they do, then they can stay here. and then they contribute to the community. They become leaders in our community, and our community gets better because of that. I think those are some things we can look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. Mr. Miller.
You're muted, David.
Nothing like talking to yourself. The fact of the matter is that a lot of the ideas have been touched on at this point. Jobs is number one. We need jobs if you're going to keep people here. Now, granted, not everybody's going to go to a technical school. Not everybody's going to go into healthcare like a couple of my daughters did. One of my daughters works for Department of Human Services. My son's a manager of a CVS in Big Stone Gap, Virginia. But he started right here in Elizabeth and working when he was 16 years old. Getting young people an opportunity to work early, I think, is the key to getting them to want to expand their horizons. You hope that they're going to stay here in Elizabeth and Carter County. Some may not be able to. Maybe the jobs just aren't here, or the education that they've gone and attained, that job is just not available. Maybe it's not available in the whole Tri-City area. So what we're going to have to do is, I think, give young people an opportunity, work young, find out what they need to do to attain better jobs. And that's going to take education, and they have to have a willingness to do it. We have a lot of problems getting people to go to work at times, especially young people right now. There are a lot of places that do hire young people, and I commend them for it, because even if you're starting at the lowest level at McDonald's, by the time you get to a management position, you're going to have an associate degree probably. So you're trying to get started and work your way toward a goal that you set. A lot of folks go to college, they change their majors maybe 4 times before they decide on what they're going to do. So maybe, just by saying we've got these opportunities here, that's a good thing. But I think we've got to give them an opportunity to get into the workforce to begin with, to learn some discipline and know that you're going to get out of it exactly what you put into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Move on to question 5. This will be our last question before we move into commissioner questions. So Attorney Harden.
Yes, sir. If appointed as mayor, you will be serving a shortened term that will begin immediately. How do you plan to acclimate yourself to the job so you can accomplish your goals for Carter County in this shortened period of time?
Ms. Woodby.
You're muted, Patty.
I'm muted, sorry. Well, I've already been in the role for 2 months, so I've really adapted quite well. I've had a lot of support from the office holders, the county employees. I've jumped into the role running. I've communicated with all the area mayors. As you can tell, I have received 3 reference letters from the area mayors with the collaboration. So I am already, I'm fully adapted to the office. I check with my office holders daily on their needs and what I can do to help them. I think that it's very important that we understand that each office and each office holder plays a direct role in our county government. I want them to understand that I will always see how important they are. So I really think that I've already adapted to the position quite well. And especially with the pandemic going on, I've been thrust into those roles and had to make a couple of pretty tough decisions for our community. So I'm in constant communication with Dr. Kershke and Caroline about the vaccine and the case counts. So I'm I feel I'm already there, if that's the correct way to say it. So if I'm your mayor, I've kind of got a head start on everybody else, and I do appreciate that opportunity to be able to do this. I've been doing 50 to 60 hours a week here for 2 months. So I feel I've got a full grounding and understanding. I also came to this office with an understanding from being a county employee. I know how all the budgets work, and I'm already familiar with the accounting software for the purchase orders and reviewing the purchase orders on the accounting software. So I kind of had an advanced go on that before I came. So I'm pretty well acquainted, and I feel it's going very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Mr. Enzer.
First thing I would do if when I get this job, or if I get this job, I want to sit down and meet with all the department heads, all the committee heads, all the committee members on the council, on the commission board. I want to see what projects are going, what projects are, where they're at, what states they're at, and you're going to have to hit the ground running. I'm thinking, I go back on my, I've coached 2 sports all my life. I've helped run a business in addition to teaching school, going to pick up 3 degrees in college, 75, 80 hours a week. I've done that all my life, and I'll continue to do that. And I think you need to go to every meeting. I think you need to get with all these committee chairs. I think you need to find out what's going on. You need to get with your office holders, find out what they've got going on, find out what their voters are telling them. I need to sit down with the commissioners, find out what your voters are wanting you to do within your own communities. And I think you need to set up some type of a network to where you can hear from the voters and hit the ground running on what they feel is, and like I said, we're going to hit it with you got a 2-year shortened term, and you're going to have to hit the ground running. You're going to have to make decisions on the fly. That's one thing I have always excelled at. And a lot of that goes back to the coaching days, where you have to make a decision based on what information you have at hand at that time. And sometimes that means you got to change in mid-course. Sometimes you have to back up and punt and go a different direction. And I've never had a problem doing that. I've never had a problem asking people that know more about something than I do, hey, what's your idea on doing this? So in that situation, I want to hit the ground running. And I think it all just starts with hard work. I feel like my work ethic is my strongest asset, and my ability to diffuse issues and common sense. I've got 3 degrees, but I look at that as being my 4th best asset as far as being the mayor of Carter County. So I think a lot of it, you're just going to have to hit the ground running. You're going to have to just take problems as they come, but you're also going to have to prioritize what programs you're going to hit the ground running. Stuff that's close to being finished, you got to see it through. Stuff that's in the development process, you've got to continue to develop it. And some of those projects are going to go into the next term. And whether that be whoever the current mayor is or whoever the next mayor is, those projects are going to have to be ongoing and ready to be handled at that point. And if I'm your mayor, I'm willing to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Enzer. Mr. Hachu.
I've been fortunate to I think, make 2 times I've been transitioned from a faculty member to the director at Northeast State Elizabethton, and then a little over a year ago to the Dean of Sciences. And I agree that you have to have the connections with people. You need to know and be able to be personal, be able to talk to people. One of the things I thought of is, you talk about what makes a team work. And if y'all have, done any reading and stuff as far as thinking about dysfunction for a team, the first thing there, the problem is that lack of trust. And so that would be one of my first things I'd want to do, is build a trust that people can come to me with their ideas, and I'm not going to blast them, and I'm not going to say, well, that's dumb. Mainly one, because I don't have all the answers. But to build that part of trust within our community, within the people we work with. And I think I've already done that with a lot of people that I know. And I'll tell you another one that no one's mentioned, but it's a valuable asset, and that's Abby Fry. When I came to Elizabeth, if it hadn't been for Joan Willis at Elizabeth, I would have sunk. She was my administrative assistant. She got promoted later on. But because what Joan taught me, I was able to onboard the next administrative assistant. And then when I moved to Science Division, I was fortunate again. Angela Schrum, she knew that division, and she helped me get up and running. So see, those are the keys. I don't have all the answers. I'm just one of those people who I'm willing to put in the time and the effort and the work. As I've said, I gave multitude of time to this community, volunteer time. I go back to, and it's been years ago, and some of y'all have been on the commission that long. Money got tight. Y'all talked about not getting paid as commissioners to try to help balance the budget. And one particular commissioner then, they're no longer serving, said, my time's too valuable to volunteer. And I thought about, here I was volunteering to rescue squad. There's volunteer firefighters. There's people who give their time to, whether it be to the American Cancer Society and all those. And what a slap in the face it was to those people to say something like that. So my part is, when I'm coming in, I've served this community for years, most of my life, and I'm going to continue to serve. I would like to serve as the county mayor, but if I don't get to, I'm still going to be here supporting whoever that is and giving my input and my part in the different areas to help make this community a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. Mr. Miller.
Well, one thing you've got to do is, I'll agree with Ms. Woodby on this one. You've got to get with the office holders. You've got to make everybody try to work together, sing off the same page, if you will. Not only the office holders, but the commission members. And then you've got to spread out. You've got to work with the city of Elizabethton officials, the town of Watauga. We got to take care of Carter County in every way to make us grow. It's very, very hard to grow if you're growing in several different directions. So you've got to have a leader that can say, look, here's the plan. Let's see what we can do. What input can you give? And what success can we make? And so I think that's the most important thing. I have been a multitasker all my life. And in the broadcast business, you learn how to do more than one job at the same time. And believe you me, I've done that over the years. And so I'd be ready to go to work day one. It's going to be a collaborative effort in order to get up and running, if you will. But we've got a good class of people that are already here working very, very hard. We've got an excellent commission. We have excellent office holders. And once again, expanding out. Once you've built those relationships with both the city and county employees and the public as well, we can go everywhere possible and as positive as we possibly can. I think that's most important, to present a positive attitude. We'll get the best out of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Ward.
I'll be ready tomorrow to start the mayor's job. I've been preparing for this for a few years. You can look at my resume and it speaks a lot. I can form relationships, have formed relationships with state representatives, current state representatives, past representatives. I'm ready to start tomorrow. But one thing I want to do, I want to thank the citizens of Carter County for giving so much support to me. It means the world to me that you guys have come out and made the phone calls, the emails, the texts, and have encouraged me to go after mayor. The mayor is a very important job in Carter County. It's a job that you try to bring people together, and Rusty did that. And we're very proud of Rusty for doing that. And I want to continue those positive things that Rusty was doing, along with the visions that I have for Carter County. Because Carter County is the only place I would want to live. I've had plenty of opportunity to move off with jobs, but I chose not to. I chose to spend my 54 years here with in Carter County to raise my family. Money's not everything. Being with the people that you love and working with your community, that's what I've been all about. That's why, we created Go Betsy. Go Betsy is an organization that we want to make Carter County better. And we've done a lot of good things already. Surf Betsy, I was at those meetings at day one. And, that's how we build our tourism. A good mayor, and I will as a mayor, I will make sure that we promote our area. We are the best kept secret in the state. And we need to let Nashville know what we're about up here. We have the richest history that any part of the state. Sycamore Shoals is a fine example. That park is astronomically beautiful. I mean, the rivers that we have, the things that we can all work together. I'm here to take care of the people of Carter County. I'm here to take care of their finances, to help them not pay a lot of taxes, because we need to look at tax structures. We need to make sure that the people who are aging, they can pay their taxes, and they can live a nice, comfortable life till they retire, or when they retire until they pass. We all have to work together. We have to work together as citizens for the region. We have to work together with the city of Elizabethton. The city of Elizabethton has great ideals, as well as the county. But, we need to work together. And that's what it's all about, is working together. If you guys give me the honor of being mayor, I'll hit the ground running. I will do everything I possibly could do within my power to bring jobs to Carter County. It's not going to be easy, and I can't do it by myself. There's a team. We can do this together. The commission, I was part of the commission, and I enjoyed helping people. I've always enjoyed helping people. I came off the commission and went on the school board. I've learned a lot about the school system. I've learned a lot about what we need to do for the school system. Our teachers are underpaid. We need to figure out a way to get that where we need it to be. And as mayor, I plan on doing that. I plan on helping any way I possibly can help, because that's what a good mayor does. He leads by example. And, talking about the COVID, we have learned so much from COVID. We've learned that you can work from home, and if we would get our infrastructure and our broadband up to par, then, it's amazing how many people would move in here and they would build houses. They would build around the lake. They would it would make an economical boom in Carter County if we could get our infrastructure where we need it to be. And that's what I would work on as mayor, because we all need to make sure that when our kids have to stay at home and learn, that they have the tools to work with. That's very important. I've got a passion for Carter County. I love Carter County. There's nowhere else I'd rather live. And if you give me the opportunity to be mayor, I'll prove that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. As we move into the commissioner questions, I hope you all will give these to each candidate. But with that being said, I will go by district and go down the line so we're not talking over top of each other. So we'll start with the first district and Dr. Acuff.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. I've had a number of questions submitted by folks in the first district, and I know that time is going to be critical here. So I've gone down the 7 or 8 that I have, and I will try to limit those, sir, to what I think are the most critical in terms of what my constituents have asked. So the first one to the candidates would be, what do you think are the 3 major issues facing Carter County, and what leadership will you implement to solve those issues?
Okay, we'll start back with the order again. So we're back to question 1, which will be Mr. Inzer first.
Okay, the 3 major issues I feel in Carter County, our number 1 issue is, of course, that benefits everybody is jobs. And I think we've beat that horse to death. Everybody here has got great ideas on how to promote jobs. And I think a lot of it just comes down to networking, communication, and our ability to go out and recruit, to talk to these people, to bring in jobs. I think our second biggest hindrance in Carter County right now is drugs, and I think that our sheriff's department is, those guys are understaffed, undermanned, and overworked. I think we need to figure out a way to raise the pay structure for those guys to allow us to keep the employees we have and not lose our best and brightest to Sullivan County, to Johnson City, to wherever they tend to go. We need to keep them here. I know there's not a magic bullet to stop the war on drugs, and it basically comes down to just manpower, boots on the road, and just being out there following tips. The people in the community have to feel like they can trust the police enough to make those phone calls, and I think they do. But I think our police force is just so overwhelmed that sometimes they can't get there soon enough to make a dent. The third aspect is losing kids in our school system. We're losing enrollment hand over fist. And when you lose that enrollment, that's $8,000 per student that leaves Carter County per year. We have to find a way in working with the school system to recruit, to bring in, and to keep those kids here at home, and not leave to go to Johnson City, not have their parents leave to go to Kingsport because there's more work over there. We have to entice those kids to stay here. We have other programs, whether it be CTE, I think we've all touched on that pretty heavily tonight, that we have to promote the good things going on in the school system that keep kids involved. And kids have to know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. They have to know that there's more out there than getting hooked on meth and running up and down the road in an old car with the fenders falling off of it because they can't afford anything better. They have to know that there's a way for them to get out here and make $15, $16, $18, $20 an hour to where they can live. They can stay at home. To me, those are the three main issues in Carter County. And as the mayor, those are three ways, things that I feel like, we've hit a lot of good ideas here. We just all have to get on the same page and work together, bring in a lot of talented people to help make those decisions, help bounce ideas out. We all get better by communication. And that is my strong suit. And as your mayor, I'll bring that to the forefront.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inser. Mr. Hatchu.
I think in looking at the three major issues right now, and I think this is in the forefront of everyone's mind, this pandemic, how this thing moves ahead, what we can do to mitigate the circumstances behind it so that people can work. Because I agree with Mr. Inser, jobs is a major issue. If we're going to keep kids in the area, we've got to find ways to promote what we have here and show them that they can stay here and work here. But there's going to be a lot of work going on. I know even in my current role, we're looking at, how's this going to affect us, not just this year. We expect Mr. Inser mentioned enrollment in the county schools. We expect enrollment in the community college to stay down for at least 2 more years, just because people are uncertain about what to do and where to go. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done there. Along with that, we do have to work and the opioid crisis and those things that are going on that are an effect to our region is not all about enforcement as much as it's a change of behavior. And so we have got to work. And I think there's been a lot of work done to reverse some of those things by decreasing the number of prescriptions that are given. But there's some people who need those medications. So there's got to be a balance. And I think that's part of where the mayor can work with our community health officials to be able to look at that, as well as ones like the Carter County Drug Coalition, and knows how can we address this to decrease those problems moving forward. And then when you think about education and the pandemic, as Mr. Ward brought out, and the shame of it is that broadband was not thought to be a big issue several years ago. And then here a pandemic hit. It's huge. I've got faculty members that live here in Carter County who cannot do their classwork from home. They have to leave their home. One that lives up in the Piney Grove area is less than a half a mile away from being able to get on Xfinity, and they will not bring it in there. So there's got to be a way to fix those things. And it's like it was said, if you do those things, then you'll have people who will come in here, they'll work from home, they can do those type of jobs from home. And so it comes back to, I guess it's another issue of infrastructure. And that's a huge part of it. I'm grateful that where I live that I've got good internet connection, but not everybody does. And so I think those are things, and I think those are things that as mayor, you build those connections with people and the people who can move these things forward. Because again, I don't have all the answers, and I need all the help I can get. So when you get with those people, you can move things forward. Again, it comes back to that part of just working together. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hatchie. Mr. Miller.
I think the three top things that we need to look at, first of all, is jobs. We're all going to agree with that. We need more jobs in Elizabeth and Carter County. But we're going to have to work on the infrastructure to do that. Better water, electric, all those types of things that it takes to build a atmosphere to bring jobs aboard. I also think tax revenues is something that we're going to have to take a look at. We do have a problem with the population decreasing in Upper East Tennessee, not just Carter County, but Upper East Tennessee in and of itself, because the population is starting to go more toward Nashville, because that's where all the big companies have placed their jobs and such. And so all of us, not just Carter County, but all of Upper East Tennessee is starting to lose population. Now, somebody mentioned how that affected schools. You dadgum right, it affects schools, because those kids, if their parents aren't here, then they're not here as well. So we're going to have to look at tax revenues. We're going to have to look at trying to hold the line and still try to build and progress within the amount of monies that we're going to be able to bring in. But it's going to be harder because we're going to have less people. We'll find out more about that when the census numbers come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Ward.
Number one problem I think in Carter County is drugs. And the reason I say that is it's all around us. It affects everything, every walk of life that we do. It affects jobs. It affects people being able to live in their own homes as far as being safe. We need to look at that. We need to, and as a mayor, you can look at that, because you can go and find drug prevention groups and work with them and try your best to change the culture of Carter County. You know, a few years back, we had a methadone clinic that was going to open in Lynn Valley, which is my district when I was a commissioner. And I got about 25 phone calls, very concerned about that clinic opening up. And within 6 hours, I had the clinic shut down, and not tooting my own horn or anything, but you know, you got to be proactive. When somebody has a problem as mayor, and even as commissioner, there's a lot you can do as commissioners. And, you know, I made the phone call and the landlord decided to shut the building down and not rent to them. So, you know, we can make a difference in drugs if we try, but we have to work together. You know, we have to pull people from state level. You know, we got our Scotty Campbell, our third representative, just elected. You know, we need to work with him. We need to work with John Hostclaw, John Lundberg, Diane Harshberg. She's willing to help us in anything that we possibly need in Carter County, because she knows what this area really needs, and she's dedicated to Carter County. And you know, we need to work those relationships that we can to prevent these drugs. But you know, drugs also affect every other part of your life, jobs. You know, a lot of people lose their jobs because of drugs. You know, and jobs is a very, very important factor that we need to look at, because we can bring in 10 or 15 jobs at a time, and over a period of time, you got 1,500 jobs. You know, we need to work with those entrepreneurs. The entrepreneur system is what built America, and we need to work with those people. You know, like I said, Charles Von Cannon. You know, I overheard when you passed the note that you had 18 different businesses that you've helped. You know, that's great, Charles. You know, nobody else can say that they've done that. You know, and I commend you for it. and you put a lot of your own money and your own time into that. Like I said, Dr. Hopland, creating jobs, medical jobs, and, we had ETSU to help teach those kids and TCAT and the school systems to teach those jobs so we could establish that business. We got to look at broadband. Broadband is very important to Carter County because it could bring in more jobs, more people, which would also put more kids in the school system. We talk about losing kids in the school system. We have to promote Carter County to get people to move here instead of to move off. Nashville is a good place to move, but would I want to live there all the time? No. Would I want to raise my family there? I want to raise my family in Carter County. We just need to work together. Education is a big issue. There's a lot of things we need to solve to get to that point. We need to look at the mistakes that we've made in the past and correct them. And with as being mayor, I think the mayor should have a broad scope of what's going on in the county. He's not over the county. I mean, everything in the county. We have a school board for the schools. We have a commission to take care of the laws and to address solutions that need to be taken care of. But, he needs to be a champion for Carter County. And I will be that champion for Carter County because I believe in Carter County. I always have, always will. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Ms. Woodby.
Sorry. I think the three that I would choose, of course, is going to be jobs. That's obviously number one. Broadband, of course, on the jobs we've already touched on, it's going to interact with broadband for the schools in our rural areas, which Health and Welfare is already working very hard on establishing a connection with someone to get this going. So that's already in the works. And something I see, and I agree that drugs is a problem, but drugs is a regional problem. It's all over the country. Something in our county that I'm concerned about is food insecurity and homelessness. We have several homeless children in our schools right now who don't have anywhere to go. They're sleeping on people's couches. Food insecurity. I have people calling the mayor's office daily asking where they can go get help for food. So we need to support our nonprofits, especially the ARM ministry. These nonprofits are what will reach out to our members in the communities to help them. I mean, and Dr. Acuff has already been a part of establishing a homeless task force. That has become a real problem in our area. It's become such a problem that it's intertwining with the court systems. These people have nowhere to go. They're getting arrested. They're getting put into the court system. They are coming right back out and getting put right back. So having an answer for where these people can get some help is a major issue. It's become a major issue here in Carter County. And so I think the homeless task force that has been put together plans on visiting one of the area spots to see how they're doing things. So those are my three main topics. Close to my heart is the food insecurity, the thought of children or our community going hungry. I just cannot stand. And as mayor or just as an individual citizen, anytime someone would reach out to me for help feeding a family, you can guarantee I'm going to be there. That's just something real close to my heart. I know that JR at Little Milligan does a wonderful food pantry for that area. That area is in very, very serious need of those resources, as many of our other areas. So those are the three main topics for me. But I do agree drugs is a problem here, but I think drugs is a regional problem. It's all over our country. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Dr. Acuff, it would be all right if we just limit this to one question per commissioner, because we've got 22 other commissioners, and I'm afraid we might, at the rate we're going, we may run out of time.
Sure, and if commissioners don't ask and we have another round, I only have one or two that
absolutely
that have come to the top. Yes, sir.
Sounds good. All right, Mr. Blevins, do you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I pretty well think they've all covered about everything can be covered tonight. So
okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Campbell.
I agree with Mark. I've learned a lot here tonight, but just listening to each and every one of y'all. sometimes it's better to sit back and listen to what's going on. And I'd also like to say too, I hear y'all talking and I'm not hearing anything said about, like the town hall meetings that we held and stuff in the different areas. I don't think I one time seen a mayor show up at the town hall meetings. And from me, I'd like to see y'all come to the 1st district, 2nd district, 7, whatever it is, and be there with us, and see what the people need. And another thing too, we've been trying to get a school, up Stony Creek at Unique Elementary. This has been going on now for, I'm gonna say 25 years. And it seems like it gets put on the back burner every time that we bring this thing up. And I think those kids deserve a whole lot better than what they're getting up there. And that's my point. And I'd like to apologize to Mr. Enzer. He's got a grandbaby that's sick and in the hospital. And I forgot to pray for her a while ago, but I did pray for her last night.
Thank you very much.
And I pray for each and every one of you all. Every which one gets elected, I pray for you and hope God leads you in the right way.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Just to touch on something you said, I will say that Mayor Barnett did come to the 2nd and 6th district town hall that we held at Hampton High School.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Mr. Hill, do you have any questions?
Actually, Chairman, I crafted a question specifically for each candidate based on the applications, if I could be indulged.
Sure. What can we limit it to 2 minutes per candidate?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'll try to be brief.
That sounds like a plan.
What order am I going in, sir?
The next one will be Haichu, Miller, Ward, Woodby, and Enzer. So Mr. Haichu will be first.
Hey, Mr. Haichu. I perceive your strengths as being involved in the various economic development boards. Carter County Tomorrow. You spoke about being the chair of the tourism board, et cetera. I'd like to bring up, so I will preface this with, I think that tourism continually ignores $650 million annual direct consumer spending next door, touching our borders in the high country of North Carolina, and they're screaming out for a place to put all the extra business. I am not the only one that has noticed these deficiencies. In fact, my colleague, Mr. Aaron Frazier, recently presented the Budget Committee with a proposal to implement a county or potentially a county and city economic and tourism development office. Now, I believe this will be an extra layer of bureaucracy, and I'm not sure how it fits into the overall picture. So as mayor, how will you respond when the inevitable funding question of where to deploy our tourism, hotel, motel flow-through dollars arises? Do you believe that it should remain at the chamber? Do you believe that it should be repurposed through this proposed new agency? Should we keep both entities? And if so, how do you keep them operating in the same silo?
Mr. Haichu, you have 2 minutes.
I personally, because of my involvement with the chamber, I think that we're doing a good job with what we're doing. And I would say as mayor then that needs to be one of those things that's continued. I don't agree with adding another layer of bureaucracy to that. I don't agree with adding another group to that. Yeah, if you did that, then there would be a job lost at the chamber, and someone else is going to get a job with the new group. But I know for a fact, as being chair of the Tourism Council, that a lot of our marketing efforts are not just, you keep saying about North Carolina. We are branching out in those areas, and we are buying advertisements. A lot of what we're doing is electronic, because that seems to be a better avenue and a better way to spend our money. But at the last meeting, I forget the exact figures that Luke gave, but and where each one of those were going. But we are reaching out into Western North Carolina and into those areas. I know it doesn't seem that way, and I know, you've talked about this more than once, but we really are. I brought those concerns to the Tourism Council, and we are doing something with that. And so I believe that And as long as it's continuing to decrease the tax burden on the people and continuing to see increased people visiting our community, I don't think you should try to fix something that's not torn up yet. Thank you.
I forgot to thank you for your willingness to apply for this gig, because whoever goes in is facing a challenge, and I do appreciate your willingness to serve. Who's next, Chairman?
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller. I perceive your strengths to be your lengthy career in broadcasting. Carter County experiences a repeated problem with broadcast media selectively editing comments made by commissioners and broadcasting a narrative that doesn't appear or appears differently than what has actually happened. How will you leverage your lengthy career in broadcasting to get us better represented with more factual information to the public?
Not say anything stupid.
You have 2 minutes, Mr. Miller.
I think you got to be above board from the get-go. You can't hide meetings. You can't represent things that aren't being represented. I don't know how many times you've had your interviews edited or not. To the broadcast, especially TV chagrin, they went out and interviewed all 7 of us that were a part of this meeting tonight. And I think on the first go, I got about 5 seconds. Well, the full interview was much more longer than 5 seconds, but they were trying to fit 7 interviews in a minute and a half. So it's very, very hard to do that. But the key is trying to be straightforward with the press. Just tell them the truth. And I think if you do that, they'll be as good a friend to you as you can be to them.
Thank you for your willingness to serve, sir.
Thank you, Mike.
Who's next, Chairman?
Mr. Ward.
Mr. Ward, you have spoken often and also during your previous campaign for mayor about working together and bringing everybody onto the same page and that sort of thing. If you wake up tomorrow morning and somehow find yourself the new mayor of Carter County, what will your first cold call be? What will you be asking for, and who will you be asking of it?
First thing I would do, I would call the chairman of the Carter County Commission, and I would ask him to come into my office, and we would sit down and we would talk about how we can unify the commission, because that's very important. Getting everybody to work together is crucial to get anything done. We can spin our wheels or we can move forward. We got to be proactive. We got smart people on the commission, and it's one of the best commissions I've seen. We're trying our best to change things from the past and just move forward. And we're speaking with that chairman. I would say, what do you see the future of Carter County? What do we need to do to merge the city, the region, and everybody together? How do we go about doing that? Because the mayor can only do what the commission allows. And what I mean by that is if you want to fight your commission, then you don't need to be the mayor. You need to stand up and respectfully give your opinion and champion for the things that you believe in and get the blessing from the commission to move forward. That's what I would do. My first cold call, you might say, would be the Carter County chairman, and then start from there and get to the department heads and see all of them, talk with them, see what their goals are, see what each commissioner's goals are, and then we'd go across the bridge and we would try to get everybody unified. And Rusty started that. He really did. He was a champion for unity, and I want to follow that and continue it and have a positive outcome. And I want to leave, Carter County better than I found it. I mean, that's just the way it is. We have to sell what we have. And in order to do that, we have to work together. And that was the whole campaign. Let's work together, not just with the city, but with the region, with the state. Let them know that we are in East Tennessee and we got a voice, and we need to show and tell our voice. And with all these contacts that I have, with the representatives, now Diane Harshberg, these people, we can move Carter County forward. We're looking at federal monies that we need to look at. And, you got to have somebody on your side, somebody that can champion for you. And I want to be the champion for Carter
We
County.
went over the 2 minutes.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Next is Ms.
Your
Woodby.
willingness to serve. Who's up next, Chairman?
Ms. Woodby.
Ms. Woodby, for you, I have the one question that was given to me by one of our constituents. It comes from Rhonda Whitehead on Railroad Grade Road, and she wanted me to ask, why do you think you will make a good mayor? That was it.
Okay, thank you. I think I will make a good mayor because I have the team working ability to bring the county, the commission, and the office holder and all of our constituents together. I believe I have the empathy to step into people's shoes to see what they're dealing with and how they're feeling. I will always, as I've said previously, have an open door policy in this office to anyone who needs to come see me. I'm willing to learn and I'm willing to listen. And I think that is the main goal of being a good mayor. The most important role the mayor plays is being able to get along with the commission and establish that relationship, because without the commission, there is no movement for the mayor. And I think I have the ability to continue to see improvement in the commission. This commission is an awesome team, and I have found so much respect for every individual on it and each of their passions, and I want to support each of their passions. So that is why I think I would make a good mayor. I'm willing to listen to all the men and all the women who come to me with any of their issues. Thank you.
Thanks for your willingness to serve, Patty.
Last is Mr. Inzer.
Mr. Enzer, your affiliation with the school system and a comment you made about a CTE program off-site in Greenville prompts me to ask you, and I'm trying to craft these around current developments that are going on right now in county government. There is a proposal that is being developed to potentially turn a piece of the Great Lakes building into a CTE center. In order to do that, and I'll preface this by saying that your recently outgoing board chairman, Mr. Stout, in his closing remarks on his last meeting, stated that managing 14 to 17 facilities is financially unsustainable for the school system, and some sort of consolidation plan is not only necessary, but it's imminent. In order to get like a CTE facility, and in order to recognizing that there's going to have to be something done toward consolidation, what steps would you take toward reinstating equity and equilibrium in our school system, and which facilities would logically be candidates for a reduction in order to find funds to divert to better purposes?
In answering that question, we'll hit on the consolidation end. Being in the school system for 26 years, I'm a proponent of your community schools. I think Hampton is the hub of Hampton. I think Happy Valley is the hub of Happy Valley. I think that Cloudland is the hub of Rome Mountain. And I think Unaka is the hub of Stony Creek. Now, when I say that, people think, oh my gosh, he's not for consolidation. On the contrary, I am for consolidation, but I'm for consolidation in a sense of consolidation of resources, consolidation of, if we can close 2 or 3 offices within the school system that we're paying rent on 3 different buildings and consolidate that into one building that we already own, then that's a pretty good chunk of money that we are able to save. If we can shut down some of our schools that are small without, now let me preface this, without the loss of jobs. That's the main key, without the loss of jobs. If we can shut down buildings and move them into some of our buildings that are large enough to handle that capacity, I'm all for it. I don't want to lose jobs. We lost 31 jobs last year. That was heart wrenching. When you're sitting looking at your teachers in your building, want to know who you may lose. However, you know, and I'm going to say this, if they talk about, you know, in the terms of consolidation, everybody assumes consolidation means one big mega high school. And I'm going to tell you this, and this has just come from people I've talked to, people in the community and people in the education system. If you build one mega high school in the center of the county, you're going to lose 25 to 30% of your student population when you build that school, because the kids on Stony Creek, and I've talked to a lot of people, they're going to turn right when they get to the Gilbert Peters Bridge, and they're going to go to Elizabethton as opposed to driving on up. We're already losing some of those kids. The kids at Happy Valley, they're not going to go, they're not going to bypass Elizabethton to go to the new school. You know, they're already going to Elizabeth and they're already going to Johnson City. So I think consolidation, and it may be consolidation, we may have to close 6 facilities and build 3 or build 2 or build whatever. But I don't think our tax base can stand building a $45 or $50 million high school. We don't have the tax revenue to do that. And I'm not going to put that on the people, but I'm all for consolidation. If it means we can consolidate resources to save money, as long as we don't lose jobs and as long as we don't increase taxes.
Thank you for your willingness to tackle this, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown, do you have any questions?
I don't have any right now. I just want to thank each one of them for coming out and applying. I think they're all giving some awesome answers. So that's just my input for right now.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I have no questions, but I would like to tip my hat off to you for organizing this and to our candidates, which are top quality. I think it brought fresh air to those people in our county that is viewing this of their qualifications and the work that they have done in the past and what they're doing presently. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Tester.
I'm going to pass. I want to say that the questions that I had and was asked to be asked have been covered. That was school enrollment, industry and jobs, broadband, drugs, tourism, and hunger. And I think all this has been covered, you know, tonight. Very good. And I just want to say this to all the candidates. Appreciate every one of you. We have some good qualified people, and it's not going to be an easy decision for anyone tonight. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Tester. Mr. Von Cannon.
I've taken pretty good notes on each individual. And it looks as though everyone is in favor of jobs. And that costs money. It costs money, and it costs land that we may or may not have. Aaron Fraser has hit it on the head when he developed his big picture. Certainly, but let's go back to reality for a minute. For every 10 babies born in this county, actually, if we want to say, to be exact, 10.19, if you can get 1/9 of a baby, we have 10.09 people dying. What does that tell you? That tells you your population is going nowhere. Secondly, in addition to that, those that are well educated and have skills are leaving because there's no jobs. We are missing the boat with the people that were movers and shakers before, that were willing to put their money out where they, instead of talking about it, are gone. They're gone. The Don Tetrichs of the world, the Pete Hamptons, those people are gone. Greene County, somebody mentioned, is a mover and shaker because they had 3 people that had big money. They bowed their farm, develop it, and they had land to put up buildings. We don't have any dairy farms Plus, we don't have anybody that around that's got money to buy them, apparently. But that's what it takes. You've got to have a pad ready or a building ready before you can get anybody. My experience has been in the past, if you're past 6 months on having a building ready, or if you're behind 6 months on giving them the data on the job skills of the present population, you're out. You've talked about broadband, and that's wonderful. That's got to come. And I compliment Mike Hill on that, because Mike Hill has from day one touted broadband and others, but Mike comes to mind. The other thing is, we've got a problem here with drugs. I couldn't operate unless I hired felons. You hire felons? That's 2% of your population. 2% of your population are felons. I don't know whether that's high or low in Carter County, but I suspect it's pretty darn high here because of the meth at some point in time. My question then is, all of these things take money. If our tax base is dwindling, where are you going to get the money? You've got to depend on getting grants. The number one thing in my book is not jobs, it's getting a grant writer, a qualified grant writer that can bring this money in here. And it's there, it's all over the place. We aren't getting it. A grant writer is the number one thing I would go for. The other thing is, in population decrease, your schools, as someone said, are losing $7,000 to $8,000 a student. I saw a survey the other day, talked about recruiting. Why do you recruit from one school system to another? Because people think that one education system has a better opportunity for giving their child a better education or a more comprehensive education. My question would be simply, where are you going to get the money? And you've thought of all kinds of ways to spend money. Where are you going to find places to save money? Consolidating the elementary schools, not the high schools, because you'll never accomplish that. The other thing is this business of incentives. I would put an incentive in the county for people to come in and build multi-million-dollar houses on the mountains where it's available. But there again, you've got infrastructure problems of sewer and water. You've got that as also in the industry beyond the city limits.
Mr. Von Cannon, I hate to interrupt you.
My question is this, and I don't know, I won't ask that to anyone. I'll just say this in general. For what I've just said, think about it. Think about it. Where are you going to save money? Consolidating schools, consolidating the road department and the school systems maintenance, for example. Those would be a possibility. Think of that as well. I'm too old to ask questions, so I don't know the answers. And the older I get, the fuzzier it gets. It's a difficult job. Whoever gets it, we better pray for them.
Thank you, Mr. Von Cannon.
The pandemic.
Let's move on to Mr. James.
I'm good, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. James. Mr. Grindstaff.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just take just a brief moment. I want to say thank you to all the candidates for, number one, putting their names in the hat to have this position. This is a lot. It's a lot to think about, a lot to comprehend, and a lot moving forward. It's always big shoes to fill. Losing Rusty didn't make that any easier. I do have one question, and it would just be, what do you think that your top 3 achievable goals are for the next 2 years? After listening to some of the questions and comments and commentary that's been asked, I think that that's a very valid question to start shaping at this point in time.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, you have 2 minutes.
I guess really the first thing you want to do is try to complete some of the projects that are already on the table. Broadband, we've talked a lot about that this evening. That project needs to be completed. Even some projects that you have by getting the courthouse security project completed. It's on the way, but we do have a lot of things that there's a wealth of things over in building and grounds that have been on the back burner for a while that need to be taken care of. Now, it comes back to what Charlie was talking about a moment ago, and that's money. Got to have money to make sure that we can pay for these projects. And that's concerning. There's no question about it. But I think the first and foremost, right off the bat, would be to take a look at what's already up and going, get it done. You got to take one step at a time, and I think that's the main thing. You can get a lot of things started, but, doing projects halfway doesn't do very much for the county. Let's get the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Ward.
First of all, I would say broadband, and the reason for that, we need to work with all of our utilities. There's many different ways we can work toward trying to get broadband in the outer areas, and something that comes to mind is working with the utilities, maybe setting some hot spots up in certain areas so the kids can do their schools and things of that nature. So that would be a priority of mine, is get a task force together, work toward getting those broadband connections for everybody that's affordable. We could get broadband, but it has to be affordable for everybody. And we just need to look at ways to do that, whether it's through grants, or whatever. The next thing would be homeless and hungry. We see a big demand for hungry now in Carter County. There's a church up in the east side, near east side, that's putting out 125 to 150 meals 5 days a week. It was the homeless shelter. That didn't work out too well, but they decided the best thing they could do as a church would be to go ahead and feed who they could, and feed the people, not necessarily the homeless people, but anybody who would need a meal that day. And there's a lot of people in Carter County that need a meal. So that's something that I would work with organizations to help with. And the homelessness, we don't realize how many children that we have in our school system that are homeless. They turn 18, their parents decide that they don't want them anymore. They don't have a place to go. So they try to finish their education, because if you don't finish your education and get your high school diploma, you're mud in the water. I mean, you just can't, you have to do that. And we have to provide that for our students. And I think the school system's done a good job by doing that. They hired the lady to advocate that and research it, and, get the kids clothes and get the kids things that they need. But I would work with the school system or any other nonprofit organization that was willing to put the money on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. 2 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Ms. Woodby.
Thank you. Top 3 achievable goals. Well, my number 1 goal right now as the interim mayor and your mayor, if so selected, is the pandemic. I want to be able to navigate this pandemic and lead this community to safety and get this vaccine out to our community and be a leader in getting this vaccine out to our community. I think it is number 1, and it may be 2 years down the road, but right now that is my number 1 goal. We're seeing too many people die. We're seeing too many people that are sick. And right now, that should be on everybody's mind. So that is my number one goal. My second number one goal would be our archives building. We are currently have been in discussion about pertaining an archives building for all of our records from our office holders. We've also been looking at some of the buildings that we currently own. Many of the offices are overwhelmed with all their older records, and I would also like to see an archivist hired. That's also been in discussions, and there is a budget for that. We do have money that comes back from court fines each year. I think we obtain $110,000 a year to that fund, so we're about $500,000 into that. So we can renovate a current building that we own to have an archives where people could come and research the genealogy and their history and old marriage and divorce records. So that is a goal of mine. I would love to see Carter County have something like that. I think that's very important for research materials and just family history. Another goal of mine is what I mentioned before is the collaboration with Northeast State and for the CTE programs with TCAT to have a common place at the workforce development, a one-stop shop, as you will, for these children to receive the education that they need and be ready to go into the workforce without having to be bussed all over the county. That is something as a mayor that I think I would love to work on with the school system, Northeast State, and TCAT. I think the foundation's there. It just needs the communication piece and the education piece to the schools on how important the TCAT programs are and what Northeast State has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Next is Mr. Inzer.
3 achievable goals. First and foremost, it's strange when Mr. Von Cannon was talking there just a minute ago. I had that exact conversation with a local businessman on the phone the other night, driving home, phone going through the radio, and he and I were talking. I think our first big goal should be to hire a grant writer, a professional grant writer, and pay that person based on a percentage of what revenues they generate, what grants they bring in. There's millions and millions and millions of dollars of grant money out there. I just finished a grant writing class when I did my EDS, and we had to apply for grants. And as part of a class, well, I applied for a grant at Lowe's as part of the class and wound up getting the grant. But because of the type of school I work at, it was to build playground equipment. And well, they don't let us have playground equipment at the alternative school. So I had to kind of tell Lowe's that, well, this was part of a class assignment, but I did get the grant. But it did open my eyes up as to how much money's there. And that would be a position we could create that would not cost the county hardly anything, because the position would pay for itself while generating revenue for our county. Second thing I think we need to do, and I'm trying to hurry, second thing we need to do is finish projects that are on the books. Somebody else said it earlier. If you try to get 25 projects going at one time, you're going to have 25 unfinished projects. Let's finish the ones that are close. Let's hit the ground running with preparation on some of the others, and let's see what we can do there. And the third thing is, I will echo what several of the others have said about the CTE collaborative. And I'm going to kind of go a little further. I think that is a collaborative, but just because I'm familiar with Greene County, that's something we can work with the city on. I think if we could get everybody on the same page, and I know that's hard to do sometimes, but it's half the equipment you have to buy. It's half the, you still have to buy the same amount of food, but you only have to have one shop. You only have to have one cafeteria. Whether, when you're bringing those kids in, if you can bring city kids and county kids together at that local collaborative CTE program, and I think you're going to have somebody that can work with the city that also has a good knowledge of education, the education system, to make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Inzer. 2 minutes is up. Last is Mr. Hachu.
I think my first priority would be to grow tourism. It would be one of the areas that we already have a good relationship with, and an easy way for us to be able to increase revenue for the county, since we are dependent on sales tax revenue as well as property tax. I think a second thing, and it's been one of the things we've talked about, and I guess it's because I have a passion for education, is but to market the job possibilities that are out there to our students to help keep them here and give them the opportunities to stay here. And then thirdly, I think that some of the ones brought up, there are certain projects that's been started, they've not been finished, or they're somewhere along the line. I think broadband's one. The CTE is a great idea. I would look to make sure we got those moving forward within the next 2 years and hopefully completed within the next 2 years. I'm sure there's a lot of regulations that have to be met in that. It seems like everything you work with the state takes longer and takes more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. And we'll move on to Mr. Prophet. Mr. Prophet, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, but I'd like to express my gratitude toward all the candidates that are here tonight, or the candidates we've heard. And I have been amazed at the vast qualifications of these candidates, which I have heard tonight, and their ideals to bring the county up have amazed me. And it's really going to be difficult to pick a person tonight because of the variety of all the excellent candidates we have tonight. Once again, I'd like to express my appreciation for all of y'all coming out tonight and applying for this.
Thank you, Mr. Prophet. Ms. Ward, do you have any questions?
No, sir, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garland.
No questions. I'll say the same thing. I thank these guys for putting their time in, their interest in Carter County, and certainly in serving on multiple boards already that they do, and volunteering their time. I think any one of them will do a great job. I know this is hard as a commission. The hardest thing I think in my tenure and time on this is these floor nominations. So hope it goes well, and thank these guys again.
Thank you, Mr. Garland. Ms. Holdren.
I'll just say the same thing. You five are very impressive. Thank you for applying for this job. I do have one question. I would like for each of you to talk about their.
Andrew, I'm having a hard time hearing you. You're very muffled.
Big time.
Okay, sorry. Let's see if this is any better. Is
Yes.
that better?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. The question is, I would like for you all to discuss the role of the mayor as it relates to public opinion and the commission. So for example, let's say that you have facts and personal conviction that are leading you in a direction, and the commission won't go with you in that direction. How are you going to handle that? Or even if it's the public that doesn't support that direction, how will you handle that?
Okay. The order for this will be Mr. Ward, Woodby, Enzer, Hachu, Miller. So Mr. Ward, you have 2 minutes.
Ginger, you have to choose and pick your battles. And everything that I may want to accomplish and the commission doesn't want to accomplish, I have to accept that because they are the body of the government. And I would have to work with them. And, first of all, I'd try to educate them on why I really thought that issue was important and why we needed to move forward with it. If I couldn't gain the vote, then that's just part of business, and the county is a business, whether people realize it or not, and I've got the experience to know when to say enough's enough and when we don't need to go any further with something. Because if you can't get the people to back you, then, there's no need in beating a dead horse. We have to work together. We have to make the community aware that we are unified and that we trust each other, and we need to tell the truth about everything that we do. And we need to be transparent. Being transparent to the citizens of Carter County that pays the tax roll is what we are put here to do. We are speaking for the people of Carter County, not for our interests ourselves. So if I was mayor and a citizen came to me with an ideal and I thought it was a good ideal, I would talk to the commission about it, go to the committee meetings, explain what they wanted, and see if we could move forward. If we couldn't, then, I'm sorry, we could only do what the commission and the community wants us to do together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Ms. Woodby.
First of all, I wouldn't bring any proposition to the commission that wasn't in the best interest of the county. The mayor should be a leader and it should have transparency. First of all, if it was something I was passionate about or a member of my community was passionate about, I would present all the facts and I would put the stance behind it. And then I would respect the vote. I would never question the vote or why someone voted the way they voted. I respect that because I respect every commissioner and I learned to understand their passions. So there would be no need for me to question the vote. I would know immediately if it was a go or if it wasn't a go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Mr. Inzer.
First thing I think it comes down to is communication. I think the first thing we would have to do is just sit down and communicate. Well, first thing, it's not about me. It's not about my convictions. It's not about my ideals, and it's not about what I want. It's about what the constituents and the taxpayers of Carter County want. It's about what the constituents and the voters that elect each of these commissioners want. And that's why these commissioners are passionate when they bring something to the table. They're not speaking for themselves. They're speaking for the people in their voting districts. They're speaking for the people in their hometown, their community. And I think that's where you just have to sit down. You have to be adults about things. You have to have conversations. And sometimes that entails give and take. And you come to a compromise and you come to consensus. And sometimes the consensus, no's an answer. I've been told no countless times in my lifetime. And you just turn around and you figure out a better way to handle it. And I think that's kind of what happens. If the commission votes down something that the mayor brings up or what have you, as long as it's something that the people are wanting, then I think we're moving forward at that point, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to represent the county. We're here to represent the voters. And as your mayor, I'm going to be the head coach. I'm going to be the principal. I'm going to be the leader. And I'm going to lead from out front, just like I've done in everything I've ever done. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to put my work clothes on. I'm going to go to work and get busy. And sometimes that means just sitting down and meeting with people and getting great ideas out there. And the people on this commission, they all bring something to bear. They're all experts at something, and they all have great ideas. And it's just our job to kind of figure out how to put those ideas in play. And sometimes we have to compromise and make combine two of those ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Inzer. Mr. Hachu.
I'm a firm believer. My part of my personality type, I like facts. I like figures to help guide decisions. And I do believe that Mr. Inzer hit on an important part of communicating those facts and figures. But as I have learned in the role that I'm in, is that sometimes, even as passionate as I am about a particular project or something, it may not be the right time for that project, or it may not be the right circumstances to bring that about. And but what you have to do going forward is to present a unified force, have the commission votes. That's where you move forward. And I would have to admit, I was reading about the recent animal board control decision. And when I look at that, I would have wanted to have a lot of understanding and research into that before I made a decision. And from the viewpoints I read, I really didn't know a whole lot about it. So that would be part of that role. Again, unified force, we're running and doing what's best for the county and for our constituents. You may not agree right now, but in the long run, I think you'll see that it's best for us. That's how I would handle it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. Mr. Miller.
I think first and foremost, you have to take every idea. You got to learn how to listen and see if that idea is conceivable. Now, everything's not going to work. And quite frankly, the mayor's opinion isn't any better or worse than any commissioners or the public that had that particular idea if they did. So I think you got to take every project individually, see what it brings to the table, see what it does good for the county. And I think once you get that consensus, then everybody will be singing off the same page.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Ms. Holdren, for your question. We'll move on to Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey, do you have a question?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Jenkins.
No, sir, I do not. Thank you.
I have one question. Nepotism is always a hot topic in county government. Can you say you will not hire family members if you are appointed mayor? So a yes is that you will not, a no is that you will. And first one is Ms. Woodby.
Chairman Hill, yes, I will not hire any family members into the mayor's office.
Thank you. Mr. Inzer.
No, I will not hire any family members into the mayor's office.
Thank you. Mr. Hachu.
I would not hire any family members into my direct report. Not saying that there may not be positions that family members would benefit in the county as a whole, but I still think you look at the totality of the people applying, and it has nothing to do with names or who they're with. But I know for a fact you cannot supervise your own family members, and I would not do that.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Ward.
No, I would not hire anybody in my family because I feel like that we don't need to go there. It would be hard to try to please them and please other people, and it would hurt feelings. So it's a definitely no for me.
Thank you all. We'll move on to Ms. Culler. Ms. Culler, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to thank all the candidates to their willingness to serve. Thank you very much. My question is, the role of the county mayor is to provide the leadership ability to steer the county in the direction most beneficial for the county's future. Give 2 or 3 examples of where and how your leadership and management skills effectively, and describe your outcome.
Okay, this order will go back to the first, which is Mr. Anzer, Haichu, Miller, Ward, and Woodby. So Mr. Anzer, you have 2 minutes.
My leadership skills, I've been in a leadership role for probably the last 18 years, whether it be leading a school, leading a committee, within the school system, whether it be discipline hearing committees, leading ball teams. I've been a head coach, I've been assistant coaches. My leadership, I feel like that's another of my strong suits. But I think a lot of that goes back to just getting on board with our citizens. We were involved with like I said, the project up at Hampton to build the kayak place to put the kayaks in. And when that got rolling, and somebody was up there taking leadership role, and it wasn't me. I think it was Matt Shaw at that time. But there was an excitement, there was a buzz around that whole project, and everybody was there chipping in, and everybody was so proud of what they did. And I think that's leadership, because even the leader, he wasn't over there barking orders, and he wasn't doing this, that, or the other. But as a leader, you just dive in and work, and you have to bring in people that are good at what they do, people who are professionals, and you have to let them work as well. A head coach is only as good as his assistants. A principal is only as good as their assistant or their teachers. And if you don't trust those people to work, then you're wasting your time.
Thank you. Mr. Haichu.
As far as doing assessments on my leadership skill, again, I like data. I like communication with people. StrengthsFinder says that I have values that is the things that guide me. And so when I look at leading, it's a servant leadership. I don't have all the answers. I want to get in there and work with people to find the best solution for things. I hate the word boss. I always told the people that I worked with, don't call me boss. You don't work for me, you work with me. And I believe that's a key. Another thing is being able to listen to all sides of a problem and that come up as part of one of my StrengthsFinder skills as well. Probably the other thing is that I'm not an authoritarian leader. I can make decisions when I have to, but I like the input of others, and that's the preferred way for me to lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haichu. Next is Mr. Miller.
I think the best way to be a good manager is, first of all, is to hire the best people you can, give them the correct and detailed instructions, and get out of their way. Let them do the job. I've never seen anybody that did a good job that had somebody hanging over their neck. The best thing to do is give them what they need, and then once again, get out of the way. There are many, many aspects to management, but I agree. I don't like that word boss either. I like to work with people. I'll work just as hard and long as anybody that works with me. And I think that's just the best management style.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Ward.
I've been in management for over 33 years, and there's a lot of different avenues that I've been able to accomplish. And one of them would be when I got hired at my current job. I went for the interview and basically they asked me, what could I bring to the table? And I said, working together. I said, I can run a store, but I can't run a store by myself. So the reality is same with the mayor. You can't run a county without being able to work together. And that's the whole issue. Another thing, I'm glad Mr. Enzer talked about the Green Bridge Landing, because I was on the forefront of that. I was the chairman of the education committee, and I did go to every school board meeting when I was chairman. And I presented to them that we needed that property up there because it was a piece of property that nobody wanted. And the Ideals Group, which is the group I belong to, we did acquire that property through the school system. You know, they gave it to us. You know, we went and asked, and people had asked in the past for it and wasn't able to get it. But, you know, I think that making that input-output kayak for the people from all over the world, because we have people from Australia everywhere coming to do that. I think that the leadership that I brought when I was on the commission to go after that project and help with that project with the Ideals Group was an accomplishment. And I'd do it all over again because it's a beautiful piece of property that Hampton has to appreciate. It's the first park that we've put together in Carter County. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Ms. Woodby.
Couple of things that I've been involved in that I feel like is a leadership role. Many of you know the Circuit Court Clerk's Office has its website where you can look at court cases and charges and court dockets. That was implemented by me and Johnny Blankenship in that office. We are the only county in the entire area that has that type of website that you're available to print off court documents, warrants, so attorneys can do all of their research from home. They don't have to call our office, which slows down the phone traffic. Another thing that I've taken the lead on, we currently have an expungement database in the state of Tennessee. We used to have to do all those by paper, but I helped implement that with the entire state. I set that up and now it's all digital. I done the trial program with the TBI and received recognition from the TBI director as being one of the ones who implemented it. So that's used statewide. It's now electronic. You no longer have to use the paper to remove or expunge criminal records off of that. So that is a couple of the things that I've done to make access to these options accessible to the community, especially when someone needs to call and say, hey, I need to get a copy of this, that, and the other. All those documents can also be emailed from that office. We have those capabilities now. They're scanned in, emailed. You don't have to come by the office to pick up any of those copies. If you need a copy of an expunged record that you had something expunged and it showed up on your background and you need to prove that it was gone, all I do is log into that website and print that off for that individual, whereas we used to have to search them down in files and go back and dig them out. And sometimes they just weren't available. So I did take the lead on implementing that website for the TBI. So those are a couple of things I've played a role in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. And thank you for the question, Ms. Culler. Next is Mr. McInturf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank all the candidates for taking the time to interview, willingness to serve. I want to thank the commission for taking the time tonight. And I look forward to working with each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frazier.
I do have one question and I also have a comment as well. In listening to a lot of the folks tonight, one of the things that that caught my attention was the fact that many of the candidates were not already following up with the county commission and other things that were going on and paying attention to the issues that the commission and the county itself is facing. Dr. Acuff has done a fantastic job on broadband and getting it spearheaded and getting it off the ground. And for that, he must be ultimately commended for that. But many people did not know that Dr. Acuff was already spearheading many of those projects. Building and Grounds Committee under Austin James and then again under the current chairman has gone about closing out many of the available projects that the county is facing. I would have assumed that many of the folks that are applying for this would have been more up with what the commission was currently accomplishing. Another thing that I found a little bit disturbing was many of the candidates did not speak to a collaboration with the city of Elizabeth and even mention the city of Watauga or the city of Johnson City who do own part of or do have seats in the county. I mean, those are part of the county, and those are things that the mayor is going to have to work with to ensure that their interests are being represented. And to the question of how to keep kids and families here, one of the things that I think only one person mentioned was one of the things that everybody mentions to me is the lack of stuff to do. Not just jobs, but the lack of things to do, recreational opportunities. And I didn't hear many people focus on recreational opportunities as being one of the things that they would be looking at as a mayor, and how to improve those things for the folks in the county. So I want all the candidates to take those things into consideration if you are elected. Those are major, major things that are very important to the operations and going forward with the county. The only question I have going down the list would be Miss Abby Fry has been put in a very bad situation due to the passing of Mayor Barnett, and she was his executive assistant. Do you plan on keeping Miss Fry on, or do you plan on letting her go and replacing her with someone else?
That question will start with Mr. Hachu.
I think I addressed this earlier. A great administrative or executive assistant is truly the one that helps the person in that role. I would hope that if I was appointed mayor by this commission, that Abby would agree to stay with me and to help in that. So I would definitely keep her.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. Mr. Miller.
Abby's #1. She's a true asset to the county. Just brings a lot of energy and a lot of knowledge to not only just being for an executive assistant, but her even her journalism background plays a major part in making the office work for mayor. She's done an excellent job. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Ward.
I want to say you count your blessings, and Abby's a blessing for Carter County. That's for sure. When I was doing my campaign for mayor, I actually, and you can ask Abby this if you'd like to, I went and asked her if I became the mayor, would she be my secretary or deputy assistant? And I couldn't think of anybody that I wouldn't, I mean, anybody that I would have different than her, because she has done a great job. I knew she'd do a great job. That's why I asked her when I was running, Abby, I appreciate everything you've done for the county, and you're a total asset, and you would definitely stay on if I become mayor.
Thank you. Miss Woodby.
Of course, I'm going to keep Abby. She's been my right-hand woman since I've been in here. She's done great. Totally, absolutely educated on all the issues. She's aware of all the committee meetings prior to me, with me. She's done my Zoom meetings. She's been wonderful. And there's no doubt that she's an asset to this office. I mean, when I walked in here, I had, just basic understanding. So she's kind of took my training wheels off, if you would say, to get me moving in here. So she doesn't have to worry about that. I'll say that.
Ms. Woodby. Mr. Enzer.
Absolutely. Abby will be sitting in that chair as long as she wants to. I've known Abby since she was in high school. She was a fine, upstanding young lady. She's a fine, upstanding woman. She was a great journalist. Anyone who would first thing, I'm just going to go back to every secretary I've ever worked with. The secretaries run the school. You can say what you want to about the principal, and you can say what you want to about Dr. Ward. You can say what you want to about Dr. McAbee. You can say what you wanted to about all of them. The secretaries run the show. They're the ones that keep everything going. They keep everything rolling in the right direction. And anyone who would let Abby go, in my opinion, is committing career suicide at that point, because you're not going to function. And a little bit, absolutely, Abby, as long as she has the job, as long as she wants the job, she would have it.
Thank you, Mr. Enzer. Thank you, Mr. Frazier, for the question. Next will be Mr. Profit.
I have no questions, sir.
Thank you. Ms. McCamey.
Wait a minute, Travis.
Wrong Profit.
Wrong Profit.
Back up.
Thomas Profit.
Done did
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thomas.
Yes. Actually, I do have a question. I I want to thank the
Hold on. Hey,
candidates.
Robin, hold on just one second. I think I skipped. I don't know if I ever heard from Thomas.
Okay.
No, sir, I don't have none.
All right, thank you. Sorry, now you can go, Miss McCamey.
Okay. Yes, thank you to all the candidates and your time and for your time. You've all done a wonderful job answering the questions tonight. I would like to say Carter County currently has no animal control due to some recent voting with the commission. And I would like to know what your plan of action would be to protect the tax-paying citizens of Carter County and the animals, and how you will support the animal shelter and their board.
All right, question will start with Mr. Miller.
The animal shelter, of course, since its very beginning, we did a huge amount of promotion to have the animal shelter built in Elizabeth and Carter County, working with a lot of different groups that raised the original money. The animal shelter right now, it's doing a huge business with not a whole lot of support. I don't know exactly how you're going to take care of things with animal control officers if you don't have them. Now, from what I understand, the 14 pages of laws that were presented the other night, they're already on the books. So if those end up being some type of a law that is being broken that the sheriff's department can take care of, they're going to have to take care of it. They have to implement action against those that break state law. Now, as far as the total operation of the animal shelter, I think you have a pretty good director over there right now. You have volunteers that are working diligently. I believe in spay and neuter. I think that's a good idea. I don't know how you mandate spay and neuter if it can't be passed, by the commission, and since it's not a state law as well. So, education is about all you can do with making the animal shelter work to the best of its ability and to take care of the animals that we have there. You have great adoption programs taking place right now. If folks want an animal, now's the time to adopt one, because you're getting some bang for the buck there. Get a beautiful dog or cat at a cheaper adoption rate. So there's many ways to make this work. But as far as the animal control officer, you're going to have to get the commission to buy into that. And the other night, looked to me like the vote went the other way.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Ward, you're next.
For the record, I fully support the Carter County Animal Shelter. We need the Carter County Animal Shelter. We do need control laws put in place. We need to abide by state laws, and we need to adopt laws that fit our county. If you remember, when we first started working on the animal shelter, we talked about a nonprofit helping to fund it. I think as mayor, we need to look at that, because, it is an expensive thing to do. Washington County, they do all kinds of different fundraisers type things, and they have people donate money and things of that nature. We need to look at maybe a 401c3 that could help us not take over, but help fund it and help meet the mission of the animal shelter, because the animal shelter does have a mission. And, we have to take care of our animals. We can't just let them run amok, and we're not talking about hunters and things of that nature. We talk about people who actually hurt and don't take care of their animals. but I would be in supportive of the animal shelter if I were mayor, and we all should be as a community. That's just, something we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Ms. Woodby.
I too fully support the animal shelter, as I have fully supported them as a commissioner with their budget for the past 2 years and their funding. I've never had an issue with providing funding to the animal shelter. I think Ms. Posada does a great job there in what she does. I do think that the commission needs to look at the option of doing a 501(c) for the nonprofit for the animal shelter and the funding. And as far as the animal codes the animal regulations that were voted on the other night, my particular concern was that it still didn't have all the nuts and bolts to it for the court process. I still feel like a collaboration needs to be had with the commission, the judges, the sheriff's department, and those entities to figure out how these citations would be processed and what the actual cost is going to be to the taxpayer. I think there was some confusion, or maybe just some nobody really knew type situation during the discussion of the resolution the other night. We had several different answers come out, but nothing was for sure on paper, and nothing was really established. To really seal this deal, you have to have the judges, we have to have the sheriff's department, everybody on the same page is, if this was passed, how these citations would go into effect, and who and how and when and where they're responsible for paying them, and how that money is going to be dispersed back to the general fund. Those were my stall out on that particular situation, but I do fully support the animal shelter, and as mayor, I will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodby. Mr. Enzer.
As far as I'm going to kind of answer this in a two-phase answer, and I'll try to keep them both short. First thing, I do fully support the animal shelter. I've got 3 dogs on my porch at home, built an enclosed fence to keep them safe. They're vaccinated. They're all spayed and neutered. So, people will do their part, but I think it all comes down to funding. And I think there's 3 ways to fund and to grow the animal shelter. One, the county's still going to have to fund some. I mean, that's just part of it. That money's going to have to be there. We're going to have to work in committees. We're going to have to figure out how to generate that money. We're going to have to figure out how much money goes where. Second thing goes back to what I was talking about earlier, is grants. There's millions and millions of dollars of grants out there. And if we get a full-time grant writer, that money's going to be coming in. It's going to be available. It may not be available immediately, but it will be coming. Second thing is you have a lot of people out in our county that are animal lovers, like it, whatever. And those people will make donations. They will put their money where their mouth is. Let's do that. Let's put that, although we don't want to leave that money out there, it does need to go into a 501(c)(3), or it needs to go into some type where it can be managed, where it can be used as an asset. As far as animal control officers go, there are laws on the books. It was voted down the other night, and I've heard Sheriff Lunsford, make statements that, they're overwhelmed anyway. They can't be the animal police. And I get that, but I also understand Sheriff Lunsford from a standpoint of his officers, and I deal with those officers every day in the school system, whether they be resource officers or what have you. These officers, there's laws on the books, there's statutes in place. If an officer sees a law being committed in their presence, then lawfully they have to execute their job. So, that part is there, but I think going forward, I think there will be other communication on control officers. And I think a lot of that's got to be communication. The other night I listened to the meeting, just outside looking in, and it seemed like nobody was on the same page. Nobody knew what the fines were going to be. Nobody knew if these officers were going to be trained. Nobody knew if these officers were going to be armed. Nobody knew these officers were going to be going to the academy. You're asking someone to perform the office or the actions of a police officer with 0 training and 0 qualifications. And, are they going to be armed? This person goes out, well, they feel in danger. The county didn't supply them a gun. They didn't supply them any training. They put the gun in their pocket. They go out because they feel threatened. They shoot someone's animal, or God forbid, someone attacks them trying to execute a ticket or trying to take a dog. Then who's going to be on the hook for that? The county. So I think there's got to be a communication piece going forward to where we get all that information out on the table. And we got to communicate that with the hunters, the people who were here lined up all around this building when they did the big thing, when all the people were running commissioners out of the building and all that, because people were up in arms. Nobody knew what was expected. And I think communication is key in that scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. 2 minutes is up. Last is Mr. Hatchu.
Well, I would have to agree that when I read the part in the paper and stuff, trying to figure out that the thing that struck me the most was that, as Ms. Woodby said, the maybe things were not as clear as they should have been to make an informed decision. And I'm not saying that I'm not pointing fingers at anyone because I don't really know who brought together the information. But I think that's the key going forward. I don't think anybody is against it. And matter of fact, myself, I'm a firm supporter of the animal shelter, and even to the part that the next dog I get or cat's coming from the shelter, I'm not going to buy one. I'm going to go get one there because it needs a home. But I think that's the key. We know that we probably need an animal control officer. We need to set those standards, qualifications, and those things, and put all that together. And so that's where, again, the continued work together will work through that. And I believe that in the end, there'll be a satisfactory resolution to the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Hatchu, and thank you, Ms. McCamey, for the question. Last is Ms. Collins. Do you have a question, Ms. Collins?
Yes, with the census coming up in our numbers, there's a possibility that the county could be rezoned a little bit different, or it's not sure exactly what's going to happen. But I'd like to know your views on downsizing the county commission.
This time the order will be Mr. Ward, Ms. Woodby, Mr. Anser, Hatchu, and Miller. So Mr. Ward, you have 2 minutes.
We've talked about this for a long time. The county commission being the size that it is for the population that we have. I think rezoning would probably be a little bit better than just cutting the commission by one person. I would think maybe if we went to 15 districts, that way it would make it more fair to represent each area of the county, because every county's got its uniqueness. It's more populated than others, but I'm for downsizing the commission because it will help structure the unity that we need. We got to do that. And a lot of people ran on that platform. I did not run on that platform, but after getting in and seeing and working with the commission and everything, I see that there is a need for it. Would I want to see it go down under 16 or 15? No, because then you get into other situations that you don't need to get into. But I'll be supporting it as mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Ms. Woodby.
Yes, I do agree with downsizing, possibly to 2 commissioners per district. I also agree with possibly rezoning and adding a district to make some of the districts smaller. As you know, the Roan Mountain District and the Hampton District kind of overlap. Some of my constituents are on the Rittertown side of Hampton, which really should be Hampton constituents. Some of the Buck Mountain constituents are going to Hampton to vote, which should be the 2nd district constituents. So I definitely agree with downsizing, but I also agree with rezoning and possibly adding another district to make it 2 commissioners per district. That way it's more feasible for each of those commissioners to reach out to their constituents and actually control that district in a way, instead of having such large districts versus small districts and districts that should be in other districts and constituents who don't really know where they're supposed to go because they're inside a Hampton district, but they should go to Roan Mountain. So those are issues, and I do agree with downsizing and rezoning.
Thank you. Mr. Anser.
I think I'm for downsizing to a point, and simply because, but I think we need to rezone as well. I think you go to maybe seven districts, which would be, and you downsize by 1 commissioner, you go to 14 commissioners. But then I think you also add like a regional, like you have 2 or 3 districts represented, and you have a regional person who works with those commissioners within that district. So you are going to cut a few numbers, but I think the numbers are important for checks and balances. I think it's a lot easier for cliques to form when you've got only 6 or 7 people. But I also think that when you've got 24 commissioners, that a lot of times it's easy for miscommunications to form and everybody not be on the same page, and beefs arise. And then all of a sudden everything's an argument at the meetings, and we're not getting any kind of productive work done.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Mr. Hachu.
I don't think I would have to echo the group, but also I think that's the overall consensus of the citizens is to downsize the county commission. Until last election cycle, I didn't really realize how District 2 split until I started doing research, and I went, wow, why does it split that way? I could see maybe a part. One of the things you bring up that no one else has, when it comes to the census, and especially the comments that Mr. Von Cannon brought up earlier, with a decrease in our overall population, it may be really interesting to see how those particular districts would pan out after the results of the census. So I do think it's something that should be looked into.
Thank you, Mr. Hachu. And last is Mr. Miller.
Well, I brought up the fact about the decrease in population definitely taking place for a lot of different reasons. And I think the census will definitely show that when we get the numbers. Yeah, I think it's time to move from 24 to 15 commission members. Sometimes it's just hard to herd 24 cattle, and we need to move to a smaller commission, make it a little bit more streamlined. I think it would make the committee process much better as well. As all of you know, the commission works via committee. Most of the work is done right in those committees. And if you've got more of a concise number, you can generate ideas and maybe come to better consensus with less commissioners. Rezoning something that would have to be looked at as well, if indeed we do lose X amount of population.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And Ms. Collins, thank you for the question. This concludes all the question and answers. Let's take about a 7-minute break. We'll come back at 9:50 to begin the vote.
Oh, God.
It appears to be 9:50 by my clock. We'll get everybody start rolling back in and we'll get the voting underway. It appears that everybody is back. There will be 23 voting members, which means the majority, 12. 12 will be appointed mayor. So as we begin the vote, if you will say the name of the person you want to be mayor. If we don't have somebody who gets the majority, the lowest vote getter will fall off and we will revote.
Ready?
Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Patty Woodby.
Mark Blevins,
Woodby.
Robert Acuff. Robert Acuff,
I don't see him. Had to pee.
Nancy Brown,
Patty Woodby.
Mike Hill,
Ward.
Who did he say?
Ward.
Mhm.
No, Patty Woodby, no. Brad Johnson,
Patty Woodby.
Mark Tester,
Patty Woodby.
Charles Von Cannon,
Commissioner Woodby.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Mike Genzer,
Jerry Prophet,
Commissioner Woodby.
Austin James,
Woodby,
Ross Garland,
Hachu.
Layla Ward,
Woodby,
Ginger Holdren, Ginger Holdren,
Woodby,
Randall Jenkins,
Woodby.
Gary Bailey,
Patty Woodby.
Travis Hill,
Woodby,
Sonia Color,
Inzer,
Daniel McIntyre,
Patty Woodby.
Aaron Frazier,
Woodby.
Robin McCamey,
Annie Ward,
Kelly Collins,
David Miller,
Thomas Prophet.
Patty Woodby.
And who didn't I get on there?
Dr. Acuff.
Dr. Acuff.
Ward.
Okay, and
I'm short one.
who else did I miss? Somebody else.
You just dated 23, but.
Michael.
wait a minute.
No, I got him. Okay. All righty, I think
You
it's
got 23, you got them all. I missed the vote somewhere.
10, 12, 14, 16 for Woodby. 16 for Woodby.
With 16 votes, Miss Woodby is duly appointed as the mayor of Carter County. She will finish out the remaining term of former Mayor Rusty Barnett. Congratulations, Miss Woodby.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Patty.
I want to say thank you to everyone. I'm at a loss for words, actually. And that's not usual. But I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to give 110% to this. And I appreciate all the candidates tonight. I would also still appreciate all of your input and your collaboration as I go through this process on any input that you would give to me on the schools, the educational system, anything that I could take in, I sure will. And I want to say thank you to the commission. It's been a tasking job tonight, and I really appreciate you guys. We couldn't ask for a better commission. Thank you so much.
Way to go, girl.
Congratulations, Patty.
Thank you.
Make a motion, we adjourn. Second.
Second, third.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Good night, Fraser.